If you need somebody, just call me.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I know we all came for policy innovation, but we're clearly getting more than we bargained for with LXS Choral. Let's put our hands together for them. They've been giving us amazing soul-lifting music all day, and they're here with us. Well, it's time for us to start the event proper, and I'd please ask all of us to rise as we take the national anthem of Nigeria. The new national anthem. We say amen. You may have your seat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And I hope you aren't looking at me to see if I know the lyrics. I do hope you aren't looking at me. Amazing. Thank you very much, Alexis Choral, for that. And just before we get into the event proper, we're big on safety. And I'd like to invite the hotel head of security and safety to speak to us about the safety measures we need to put in mind. Thank you.
Good morning, participants. You are welcome to Abuja Continental Hotel. We're supposed to say a lot of things concerning safety and security so that we will not record any incident while we are here, but I was asked to speak less than 1 minute, so let me just see how I can manage that to 1 minute. Please, in case of emergency, don't be panic. And in case evacuation becomes necessary, we have 2 assembly points. One, at the front of the Ladi Kwali Hall, when you turn to the left, you see assembly point there. You are expected to assemble based on your group. And if assembly there will not be possible, we have alternative assembly points, and you can get there by passing through any of these exit doors. Turn to the left, you see a directional sign that will take you to the secondary assembly point. Then on the security aspect, please, this is a public place. It's very, very important to note that we also have a role to play on security aspect. What do I mean? Please, on no account should you leave your valuable personal belonging, more especially a mobile phone, for the ladies, your bags or laptops unattended. Please, it is very, very important so that one may not use an opportunity and do away with your property. And saying this does not mean that the place is not safe and secured. For your information, you are under electronic and physical watch and a lot of surveillance. So should you try to deviate from the main objective of this program, I want to assure you that we have the capability to track you and will parade you before other audience before we hand you over to appropriate law enforcement agent. Please be guided so that you will not be found wanting. Thank you so much. On behalf of the hotel, I wish you a successful program. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. We're big on safety and security, so please, let's all take note. Just before I recognize all those who are present here, I shall just say that I will not be doing this alone this morning and afternoon. I have with me John Bamidele, who will be in charge of sign language, as well as Anulo Akbo Aderigbe. You saw her earlier on, so we'll be doing all of this together. I'd like to recognize the presence of some distinguished guests here today. All of us are special and distinguished, but I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Udeme Ufot, who's the Chairman, Policy Innovation Center. Please let's put our hands together for him. Also here today is the Chairman, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, Mr. Olaniyi Yusuf. He's here today as well. Let's put our hands together for him. We also have the Director General of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Professor Abubakar Suleiman, who's right here with us as well. You're welcome, sir. And the Director of Women's Economic Empowerment, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Greta Bull, also graces this occasion with her presence. Thank you. Also here is a Senior Program Officer, Gates Foundation, Sybil Chidiak, and the whole team, I must say, they're present here today. Fantastic. As well as a board member, PIC, Mr. Laoye Jaye Ola, who's also here with us. Thank you very much, sir. And last but not least, a board member of NESG as well, Mr. Nana Ude. Thank you very much. I'd also like to recognize the presence of a country director of Plan International, Mr. Charles Usier, who's also here with us. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. As well as everyone here present today, thank you for coming. This is a big event, an August event, as I said earlier on, not minding the fact that it's happening in September. So thank you for gracing this occasion with your presence. We'll now take the welcome speech just to set the tone as to why we're here today. And it is my honor and pleasure to welcome the Chairman, Policy Innovation Center. Please let's put our hands together for Mr. Udeme Ufot as he steps to the podium.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2024, convened by the Policy Innovation Center of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. I wish to thank all for coming, supporting, participating, and lending your voice to this critical national conversation. I especially like to acknowledge and thank the honorable ministers present here to accentuate the conversations about gender and inclusion in our nation. I also want to thank all the distinguished members of the National Assembly present here today, to our esteemed partners, the speakers for this year's edition of the Gender and Inclusion Summit, and everyone who contributed to the realization of this great event. We commend your commitment, partnership, and support to this summit. I am delighted to address you at this third edition of the Gender and Inclusion Summit, a platform conceived to foster dialogue among critical stakeholders from diverse sectors. The summit serves as a space where we reflect on new evidence and explore contextually relevant solutions to the disparities in inclusivity in Nigeria. By uniting collective power of government, development partners, civil societies, academia, the private sector, and citizens. We aim to inspire collective commitment and focused action towards building a gender-inclusive society. The theme for the 2024 summit, Reimagining Gender Inclusive Pathways and Partnerships for Poverty Reduction, reflects our dedication to create a truly inclusive society. The second edition, the Journey to Summit 2 started 2 years ago when we hosted the first edition themed Connecting the Dots for a Gender Inclusive Society. The second edition focused on the theme Building Bridges, Advancing Gender and Inclusion through the intersection of trade and health. This year, we are placing significant emphasis on the issues surrounding multidimensional poverty, as Africa is home to a significant proportion of the world's poorest and marginalized population. Despite economic growth in some regions, poverty remains widespread, with a large segment of the population living below the $2.15 per day poverty line. Therefore, addressing these challenges and identifying a variety of approaches to combat poverty and inequality is crucial, as ending poverty and reducing inequality are critical to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, MPI, an international measure of acute poverty across 119 developing countries, provides a comprehensive understanding of poverty. It goes beyond monetary measures to capture the various dimensions of poverty, offering a clearer picture of who is poor and why. This nuanced understanding is essential for developing targeted interventions that can effectively reduce poverty and its associated inequalities. In Nigeria, for instance, the link between poverty and child mortality is particularly stark, with children from the poorest families nearly 11 times more likely to die than those from the wealthiest families, highlighting the deep socioeconomic disparities that persist. It is against this backdrop that the Policy Innovation Center has dedicated time for the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2024 to discuss policy and strategic imperatives that must be mainstreamed to realize a more inclusive Nigeria for all. Hence, the commitment of the PIC community ensures that every idea and recommendation from this summit is translated into a working roadmap for actions towards lifting Nigeria's performance in gender index rankings. We fulfilled this commitment by launching the first and second editions of the Purple Book in May 2023 and 2024, respectively. The Purple Book is a curation of policy and program recommendations from the Gender and Inclusion Summits. We are committed to ensuring that every idea and recommendation from this summit is documented in the Purple Book to facilitate sustained advocacy for the summit. So please relax, share your invaluable insights on this crucial topic, and take the opportunity to collaborate and connect. Once again, thank you all for joining us at the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2024. Let us engage in fruitful and productive deliberations. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
One more time, please, let's put our hands together for the Chairman, Policy Innovation Center, Mr. Udeme Ufot. 3 words he said, and I held on to them. He says, relax. I think we need a lot of that right now. So relax. So I need to take a deep breath in and out. It really does wonders. He says collaborate and connect. So this is the right place for us to be at this very important time. Thank you very much, sir, for that opener. Well, it is my pleasure to recognize the presence of someone who I'm seeing again, second time in as many weeks. He is the ambassador of Belgium to Nigeria. So ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome His Excellency, Ambassador Peter Lengnet. It's good to see you again, sir. Thank you so much. Well, it's time for us to take the opening speech of someone who is vital to the success and the work that the PIC has been doing. In case you're wondering why is there a PIC logo right next to the NESG, well, I'll allow this man speak to it. So ladies and gentlemen, for his opening remarks, let's welcome Mr. Olaniyi Yusuf, who is the Chairman, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, NESG, for his opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us today. Your Excellency, the ambassadors, distinguished invited guests, directors of the NESG, and directors of the Policy Innovation Center, our esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you all this morning to the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2024, GS24, I'm told, convened by the Policy Innovation Center of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. I especially would like to recognize Her Excellency, Dr. Joy Howard Taylor, the Secretary General of the African First Ladies Peace Mission and the former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, for accepting to be our special guest of honor and also accepting to deliver a keynote speech on this very auspicious event. Let me also like to specially thank Greta Bull of the Gates Foundation for the support we've received from the foundation, but more importantly, for lending your voice to this important subject, and I join others to look forward to your keynote speech. The Nigerian Economic Summit Group, the NESG, has over the years championed a myriad of critical and transformative issues, playing a pivotal role in shaping the nation's socio-economic landscape. Our commitment to driving impactful reforms has not only catalyzed economic growth in the nation, but has also elevated the standard of living for our citizens. Through the unwavering commitment and dedication of the NESG to our 4 pillars of fostering dialogue, intervening where it's required, acting as a connector, and also acting as a watchdog, we have influenced policies, we have fostered dialogue across sectors, and we've also advocated for inclusive development. We have led initiatives that have profoundly enhanced the well-being of individuals and communities across the nation. So beyond catering for the private sector or the business community, we are also working hard to support the growth and the development of the average citizen. These efforts have led the NESG to create the Policy Innovation Center. And these efforts have also helped to solidify our reputation as a leading think tank on the continent, redefining evidence-based policy advocacy, and as a force for the promotion of sustainable development and advancing humanity in all dimensions. In 2017, we benefited from the support and generosity of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who provided the funding to establish what we call the Policy Innovation Unit, PIU, way back then. And the whole idea was to use the Policy Innovation Unit as a proof of concept to assess whether a behavioral insight unit could work in the Nigerian context. You know, we like to say Nigeria is unique. And so to see if a behavioral insight unit could work in the Nigerian context to improve public sector outcomes. Based on the demonstrated success of the interim PIU, the board of the NESG decided to form the Policy Innovation Center, so it becomes a standalone unit dedicated to behavioral insights in the country. And so in October 2021, the Policy Innovation Center, PIC, was launched to deepen the impact of social interventions in our country. Therefore, proud to say that the PIC is the first national institutionalized behavioral initiative center on the continent, supporting governments, stakeholders, and different actors to make behaviorally informed decisions and to generate contextually relevant evidence for high-impact interventions in critical thematic areas of our economy. The PIC deploys two transformative lenses, the first being behavioral insight, and the second being gender transformative approach. So these lenses has informed the creation of the Gender and Inclusion Summit. Since 2022, the summit has been institutionalized as an annual gathering for multi-stakeholders to discuss and co-create contextually relevant solutions for gender and for inclusion in Nigeria. The theme of the 2024 Gender and Inclusion Summit is very relevant as we need to urgently tackle the issue of poverty in the country, which we know disproportionately affects women. More so, the scourge of multidimensional poverty persists and continues to entangle millions in its grip and hindering the full realization of our potential. Hence, Gender and Inclusion Summit must permeate every facet of our existence, must influence the fabric of our society, and must be used to shape our collective future. Today, we gather with a shared sense of urgency and purpose, dedicated to harnessing our collective wisdom and our actionable insights to confront this pervasive challenge head-on. Our aim is to create solutions that would directly lead to the reduction of inequality and deprivations that have stifled progress for far too long. Together, I believe we aspire to forge a path towards a more just, equitable, and a prosperous society where every individual can thrive and can contribute to our shared prosperity. Hence, we need to design and implement solutions that will allow our women and every citizen to take their rightful place in our society so that our dear nation can finally realize its potential. Therefore, it's my profound honor and pleasure to extend another warm welcome to all of you for joining us at this summit and to enjoin you to make the most of the opportunity as we work together and collaborate to reimagine gender inclusive pathways and partnerships for poverty reduction. Thank you for listening, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Amen to that. Thank you so much, Chairman, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, Mr. Olani Yusuf, for that fantastic opening remark. Yes, that's what we're here for, reimagining gender inclusive pathways and partnerships for poverty alleviation. And I know that we'll leave here with very, very key recommendations. Well, we'll move on now to special remarks from some of our distinguished guests. And the very first on that lineup is the the Director General of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Professor Abubakar Suleiman for his special remark.
Your Excellency, the Chairman of National Economic Summit Group, the Coordinator of PIC, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be invited to deliver a goodwill message on this very important summit on gender and inclusion, which is essentially organized to provide a platform that focuses on stakeholder engagements, on inclusion, relationship and trust building, and the co-creations of contextually relevant gender solutions for poverty reduction in our country. Indeed, there is no gainsaying that this summit is apt and timely, and I'm of the view that globally, poverty, gender-related factors and partnership are interrelated factors that drive socioeconomic landscape and development trajectory. Permit me to use this medium to convey to you the warm greetings of the President of the Senate and the Chairman of NESG Governing Council, distinguished Senator Godwell Abbott Akpabio, CON, as well as the Speaker of the House and alternate Chairman, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, evidence has shown clearly that there is a parallel relationship between multidimensional poverty and gender inequality, as countries that perform poorly on the Global Gender Report also report the highest incidence of severe multidimensional poverty. In this context, therefore, poverty is seen across three main dimensions of deprivation, health, which include undernutrition and child mortality, education, measured by years of schooling completed and school attendance, and standard of living encompassing access to infrastructure like electricity, sanitation, water, housing, the use of improved cooking fuel, and ownership of household assets. Additionally, we are of the firm belief that partnerships such as these with our institutes and relevant organizations like yours foster innovation by allowing cross-pollinations of ideas and giving stakeholder visibility into each other's activities, enabling reflections on what others have accomplished and what we need to do. Hence, it is imperative for a diverse range of stakeholders to systematically collaborate across different societal sectors to explore gender-related avenues toward realizing the collective goal of alleviating poverty. Having recognized the gap between gender exclusions and poverty, our institute has continually bring together relevant stakeholders, policymakers, and researchers to demystify the issues concerning women across broad spectrum of matters ranging from political, social, and economic. For instance, we have championed this cause through a series of advocacy. August last year, 2023, we convened an international conference on women in governance that draw participants from all over the world. Thereafter, we have had a series of interface with stakeholders on gender-related issues. Our institute, through its Gender Inclusivity Unit, is collaborating with relevant international organizations to address the issue of gender inclusion in our country. Let me assure you that as an institute, we shall not relent on our sustained effort in strengthening legislative and democratic values through our various activities and programs. In conclusion, therefore, I wish to assure the organizers and the entire stakeholders here of our institute commitment and dedication through the 10th National Assembly toward deepening democracy in Nigeria and through legislative intervention on issues of common concern. We are of the firm belief that democracy is not complete when the massive majority of our women are excluded from policy making. Also, you can be rest assured that the recommendation that will emanate from this summit will be submitted to the leadership of the National Assembly. We shall give it a push, as it is now observed that as a country that is serious on gender inclusion, we must go beyond rhetorics. The time is now for action. On this note, therefore, I want to wish the organizers a fruitful discussion and waiting for the outcome of this deliberation to be transmitted to the leadership of the National Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Director General, National Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILS, Professor Abubakar Suleiman. That's a hand of fellowship from the Foremost Governance Institute here in Nigeria, and we appreciate that, and I bet you that you'll be hearing from the PIC in the coming days. Thank you very much, Professor Suleiman. Just quickly, I'd like to recognize the presence of the Country Director, Nigeria, Oxfam International, John McKenna. Let's put our hands together for him. As well as the Country Director, CARE Nigeria, Dr. Hussaini Abdu. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Abdu as well. Thank you so much. Well, we'll move quickly now to other special remarks, and it's my pleasure to welcome on stage the Gender and Development Manager for UNICEF, Tekutswa Kanyagarara. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes to the podium. Did I do well? I did.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, honored guests, colleagues, and friends, I bring warm greetings from UNICEF and our senior leadership. It is a pleasure for us to be at the summit for the second year in a row. I want to acknowledge the NESG and the Policy Innovation Center. Thank you for your steadfast commitment to ensuring that gender and inclusion remain high on the agenda in Nigeria, and also for ensuring that young people are part of the conversation. I think by now we can probably agree that conversations about poverty in Nigeria are at an all-time high. And we know from data that poverty is not gender or age neutral. Children, young people, and women account for the country's extremely poor and face deprivations of many of their rights, from education to health to nutrition. We need to change this urgently. And this year's summit comes at a crucial time. In 2025, I think many of you know that we will mark the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration Platform for Action, which is our global framework for gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. The other day, I was reading the Nigeria Review report for the 25th anniversary. And while progress has been made, many of the challenges that were highlighted in this report remain today. From restrictive social and gender norms, poor implementation of laws and policies, inadequate funding, insecurity, conflict, gender-based violence, among other areas. And of course, I'm representing UNICEF, so I cannot stand here without mentioning adolescent girls, because they are near and dear to our UNICEF heart. Our conversations on gender and inclusion must recognize girls as a distinct and diverse group with unique needs and priorities. At UNICEF, we are taking the time to hear from girls about their vision for the future in Nigeria and how we can co-create this future together. Girls have told us how important it is to provide them with information and services they need to make decisions about their health in everyday life. Access to quality education and skills development opportunities, including financial literacy, leadership skills, remains a priority for them. They've also flagged the importance of working with their parents and communities to protect their rights and safeguard their futures, including through education on gender equality, social protection, and financial security measures. And yes, they continually mention the P word. Poverty is a significant issue when it comes to their education. We also know that poverty is a driver of child marriage. But despite all of this, girls remain optimistic, and they are showing us what happens when we uplift them and they drive change for themselves as well as for their communities. For example, through our work on menstrual health and hygiene, we train girls to produce reusable pads, opening them up to social and economic opportunities. Zainab, a 13-year-old girl from Yobe State, has become a young entrepreneur, and she's using the income that she gets from selling reusable pads to support her education as well as her family. So change is possible. We know it takes time, but many of you in this room are already demonstrating what is possible. And so as we gather at the summit, let us identify how we can propel game-changing action to address poverty, advance gender equality, and empower women and girls in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Gender and Development Manager, UNICEF, Tekutzwa Kanyagarara. Very vital point you made there, that change is possible, and that's why we're all gathered here today. For the next special remark, I'd like to welcome to the podium the Country Director, Plan International Nigeria, and the Country Shadow Director, Dr. Usie Charles, for his opening remarks. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Charles Usie. I serve as the Country Director of Plan International here in Nigeria. 130 years. 130 years. That's the number of years the World Economic Forum has told us it will take to achieve gender equality. This is a global average projection. In Nigeria, it may be worse. It may be more than 130 years, potentially 4 generations to come. Now, I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I have refused to believe and accept that even in her generation and the ones to come after her, they would not experience gender equality. I refuse to accept that. And this is why 3 years ago I joined Plan International as a global and national agency established 85 years ago to seek for the rights of children and equality for girls. And so leading Plan International over the last 3 years, what have I done? I have led the team to be very intentional with identifying, exposing, and tackling every hindrance and every social fabric that holds back women and girls from achieving their true potential. I do this by words and by action. And this is why I'm standing on this platform today as well. Because 3 years ago, I was proud to lead Plan International, to be a partner to PIC and Dr. Osasui and her team. And I've remained really proud of making that decision ever since, because we've remained active partners to the conference and to this summit every year, and that's why I'm here today. But in a special way, there's something else which I have done, which I think brings to fore the issues we are discussing here today, and which is the fact that when we gather in a conference like this, there's so much information here, and there's so much knowledge that will be exchanged here. What is still missing is the actions. Why are we not having more actions? And so 3 years ago, I set up a shadow country director who must be a young girl, who will accompany me in everything I do, share my space, my platform, and will speak on behalf of girls. So whilst I lead the agency that seek for the rights of girls and equality for girls, I have a girl who is also acting as my shadow country director who will speak on behalf of girls. Now, this is the action we have taken, and she's going to give you a message today on behalf of girls in 1 minute, because that's what we do. It's matching my words with actions. So I've said a lot, and let's hear from girls on behalf of Plan International.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so honored to be here. My name is Omata Wisdom, and I am the Shadow Country Director of Plan International Nigeria. Every time I'm given an opportunity to speak like this, I recognize my privilege, the privilege to work with an organization that prioritizes the rights of girls, and I sit on the table as representative of Nigerian girls. But when I speak, I obviously speak for girls who are not as privileged as I am. For want of time, I'll just say two things and I'll be out of your face. One, a reminder that women and girls belong in the world. Ordinarily, this is not something that we need to be reminded of, but given the recent happenings in the country and in the world, I think it's important to state that women and girls belong in the world. We make up half of the world's population, so it's not an anomaly that we are here. And so it is important for us to create safe spaces for women and girls to thrive in. Mercy, Oster, Karen, Justina, Uwa, these are not just fictional names. These are names of girls whose age ranges from 3 to 24, who in the past 2 years have been victims of femicide and aggravated sexual assault in Nigeria. I think if we recognize that women belong in the world, this will not be happening. So this is a reminder that we do not just belong in the world. It's important that the world is safe for us to thrive. So this is a call to action to everyone seated here. So long as you live in this world, it is your duty to ensure that the world is safe for women and girls. So duty bearers, stakeholders, government officials, private individuals, development practitioners, whoever you are, please make it a point of duty to ensure that the world is safe for women and girls. We cannot reimagine a gender-inclusive pathway for poverty reduction if the world in itself is not safe for girls. Thank you very much.
And so finally, as we leave the stage, let us remember that when we gather like this, we are to bring our different stories. Just like Chinua Achebe said when he finished writing his book, There Was a Country. He said this is his own story, and if you disagree with it, go write your own, because it's when we all bring our collective stories, we get the full picture. When we gather in a place like this, we all have come with our own stories. So please, take your time, share your stories, interact, listen to other stories, because it is our collective that will actually begin to change behaviors, that will begin to change our actions and our plans. And I wish us a very, very pleasant conference this time around. Thank you very much.
Talk about innovation in reality. Once more, let's put our hands together for Dr. Osei Charles, Country Director, Plan International Nigeria, and the country's Shadow Director. And this is what we talk about, innovation. We can't keep doing the same things and expecting a different result. Something has to give, and I'm glad that this event is championing all of that. Just one more special remark for you this morning, just before we get into afternoon, and it's my pleasure to welcome for his special remark, the Belgian ambassador to Nigeria, Ambassador Peter Linknet. Your Excellency, it's all yours now. Let's keep clapping for him.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly thrilled, honored, pleased to be part of this summit today. And frankly, I'm a bit surprised to not see a few more of my colleagues, ambassadors, at such an important summit. Important because it's not only about, as was rightly referred to, half of the Nigerian population, but the topic that is relevant for the whole of this society and for the whole of the Nigerian economy as well. And it is indeed absolutely in point, and I must commend the NESG for putting through their Policy Innovation Center so much emphasis on a topic as gender and inclusion, because it is a preeminently economic issue also at the end of the day. So it's important that we all realize that. Belgium, through its diplomatic action, through its development cooperation, through its partnerships worldwide, puts lots of emphasis on gender and inclusion, and we work in Nigeria mainly through UN organizations, UNICEF, UN Women, UNFPA, and for instance, through UNFPA, we contribute to the UN's family planning pooled funding here in Nigeria. We also attach lots of importance to what we call the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, on which I have interacted, engaged early on in my tenure here with inter alia, the Minister for Women's Affairs here, who, by the way, and as we all know, is also famous for her strong emphasis on economic empowerment when it comes to women's rights. Now, Belgium and Nigeria might be quite different in a number of ways. We come from different cultural traditions and all of that. Belgium might struggle quite substantively less with issues such as multidimensional poverty. Yet, there are also a few issues in the realm of women's rights and emancipation that we have in common. And right before coming to this plenary session, I was meeting with a media figurehead here who brought up an issue that she thought was not sufficiently in the public debate in Nigeria. And as a first example, she gave the issue of menopause. Now, that struck a sensible chord with me immediately, because during the summer months in Belgium, in the press, we had exactly that, a series of articles of women trying to bring the issue of menopause into the public debate for having been so underestimated, so undercovered. And the way how this pans out in our societies is, of course, a bit different, because in Nigeria, as I was told by the same lady, people would go to their religious leaders because they would think they are possessed. In Belgium, they would go to psychiatrists because they would think they're depressed or would not be able to exactly locate the issue well and think that they would have mental issues, but in the end, they would both miss the obvious fact about something that in the 40 to 55 age bracket is going to happen in the life of every woman, because society would have neglected to basically bring that news to them earlier on. So this is just to say, our societies are all still learning. Also a society that thought that it would have unleashed most of the emancipatory movements and would have championed the struggle for equality between men and women already in the late 60s of the last century. We are still going through progress, and so is Nigeria. And so we are in this struggle together, and happy to hear more about what you all have to say about it today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Peter Linkted. I think it's just beautiful to hear about your experience from your home country as well. It just reminds me that whatever race you belong to, whatever your creed is, we're all humans, and no one should be left behind. And that's at the heart of this particular event. Thank you so much. And I think it's important to share experiences during the course of this so we can all learn from each other. We're going to move fast now. Next to our keynote speech, which will be delivered by the Director, Women's Economic Empowerment, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Greta Bull. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for her as she steps to the podium.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, valued partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I don't know whether to say good morning or good afternoon, but good day to you all. It's an honor to be here today at the Gender and Inclusion Summit alongside some of Nigeria's most dedicated and accomplished leaders, charting gender inclusive pathways to prosperity. I'd like to thank the Policy Innovation Center for inviting me to share these remarks. I come to you as a friend and a partner and would like to use my time today to share some perspectives on the important and timely conversation that you will be having over the next 2 days. But before I do that, let me introduce myself. As said, my name is Greta Bull, and I lead the Women's Economic Empowerment Program at the Gates Foundation. Our team is focused on improving women's ability to generate and manage their own income. Why is this important? Because we know that when women earn and control an income, it's not only good for the women themselves, it's good for their families and for their communities. These benefits show up clearly in economic growth statistics, in childhood development, health, and education outcomes. These words aren't just rhetoric. They're reality. The evidence base makes crystal clear the connection between investments in women's economic opportunity and broader economic growth and human capital gains. And that brings me to why we're here today. Whether we want to acknowledge it or not, across the world, poverty still wears a woman's face. This is especially true in Nigeria, where according to the World Bank, 70% of the population living below the poverty line are women. There are more than twice as many Nigerian women living in poverty than men, and still women have lesser access to the skills, tools, and resources that would help close this gap. Think about that number for a second. That's millions of women whose hopes, dreams, and aspirations are curtailed, leaving lots of human potential and, quite frankly, economic growth on the table. The reality is that Nigeria can't reach its true potential when women and girls lack economic opportunity. Unfortunately, programs and policies that support women's economic opportunity are often deprioritized, particularly when hard trade-offs have to be made. Nigeria's current fiscal reality brings this dilemma into sharp relief. But I'm here to tell you that this is a false trade-off. Women's empowerment in itself is crucial to economic growth, but we have to start thinking about women differently. Many government programs target women with social welfare instruments instead of providing with the tools they need to fully participate in the economy, generating income so that they can help support their families. We need to stop thinking of women as charity cases and start thinking about them as economic actors. To do this, there's far more work to be done to unlock the tools women need to lift themselves out of poverty. For example, access to affordable credit, access to markets, labor-enhancing assets and digital tools, relief from the unequal burden of unpaid work, and workplace environments where women can fully participate and excel. To be clear, short-term relief is certainly critical, especially during times like these. But Nigeria will only build sustainable economic opportunities for women by building a platform for them to stand on, by uprooting gender-blind systems and replanting them with ones that truly prioritize and support women to thrive. Through Nigeria's experience and the experience of peer countries, we already have a very strong evidence base to learn from as we build pathways to lifting women out of poverty. Here are just a few high-impact examples of what we know works. India's National Rural Livelihoods Mission improves economic opportunities for large numbers of women in rural India. NRLM works through self-help groups to support savings and credit mobilization as well as the delivery of social services and improving the productivity of women farmers, both on and off farm. All of this is done through a federated network of self-help groups, which today reach 100 million women across rural India. A rich body of research indicates that this program has not only increased rural household incomes by 19%, it's also diversified the sources of that income and improved measures of financial inclusion, including higher savings rates and shifts away from informal to formal borrowing, which has helped lower interest rates. Second, countries like Peru, Colombia, and Bangladesh pioneered microcredit by building inclusive and competitive financial services ecosystems that reach low-income households with affordable credit products. More recently, innovations in payments technology in places like Kenya and India have enabled the delivery of savings and credit at the touch of a button, without the collateral demanded by traditional banking. But this experience also shows us the need for developing safeguards and consumer protections in parallel with those innovations. Countries like China, Kenya, and Bangladesh have been innovators in using digital tools to increase women's access to markets and information, especially for women entrepreneurs and smallholder farmers. We see asset financing companies like M-Kopa using PayGo technology to enable smartphone purchase bundled with affordable data at prices that women entrepreneurs can pay. And those women are now using tools like WhatsApp and digital marketplaces to sell their goods and services. Public policy plays an important role too. Recognizing that the burden for unpaid work in the home falls mainly on women, the Foundation is working with partners in Kenya, India, and Bangladesh to understand the impact of quality childcare for women's empowerment and to explore business models that enable this service to be widely provided. Childcare offers a triple win. It has benefits for early childhood development and nutrition, women's time to engage in productive economic activity, and also offers work and entrepreneurship opportunities for women in the care economy. So I know there's an elephant in the room as I say these things, and that is the once-in-a-generation economic crisis that Nigeria is now facing. Some of you might be thinking, how do we lift Nigerian women out of poverty when the Naira has lost 70% of its value against the dollar and households have lost 40% of their purchasing power? Is an inflationary crisis the right time to give women access to credit? How do we drive women's health when food inflation crossed 40% and 26.5 million people across Nigeria are projected to face acute hunger? Is a fiscal crisis the right time to take on more debt financing to invest in programs aimed at improving rural livelihoods? These are all valid questions. But it would be a mistake to ignore the pressing need for economic reforms in service of growth and the importance of centering women in that pathway to reform. Crisis presents us with challenges, but it also presents us with opportunities. Often, crisis enables us to act in ways we may not have been able to before. Take Peru, for example. So I lived in Peru for about 5 years back in the 2000s, and Peru has one of the strongest, most competitive microfinance industries I've ever seen. But the seeds of that system were sown in a time of crisis. In the 1980s, when the foundations for Peru's microcredit work began, the country was facing an extended period of hyperinflation, economic and political crisis, a wave of banking failures, and a terrorist insurgency across the country. Despite these considerable headwinds, the government and central bank prioritized getting money into the hands of entrepreneurs because they knew that in an informal economy like Peru's, this was a segment they couldn't afford to ignore. So what did they do? The Superintendency of Banks built a regulatory framework that enabled a stepped approach to service delivery. The more complex the financial service, the more regulatory oversight. And that improved cost efficiency for non-deposit taking lenders. At the same time, the government created COFIDE, an apex lending institution operating at arm's length from government that provided affordable local currency wholesale financing to inclusive lenders. Importantly, they also gathered and closely monitored supply-side data in near real time, enabling them to spot and address emerging problems with portfolio quality and consumer protection, maintaining the stability of the financial system while meeting the needs of a wide range of borrowers. None of these reforms cost a lot of money. They involved close partnership between government, the private sector, and donors. But they showed that with political will, even in times of crisis, it's possible to build systems that can support transformational change. If some of the pathways I mentioned earlier sound familiar to you, it's because in many ways, Nigeria has also started to do the work to travel the road to a more equitable future. Progress may be slow, and it will likely be nonlinear, but Nigeria is on a journey, and even a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. At the same time, I don't want to paint a rosy picture that downplays the urgency of the current moment, or the huge amounts of political will, financial resources, technical engagement, and normative shifts that will be required to achieve our goals in the medium to long term. The good news is that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I'd like to spend the rest of my time spotlighting 3 high-level pathways to prosperity that we can all travel together as we seek to reduce female poverty in Nigeria, based on programs, policies, and importantly, partnership. Let's start with programs. The impact of well-designed programmatic interventions that address the root causes of poverty and economic exclusion can't be ignored. Take, for example, the Nigeria for Women project, a World Bank-assisted livelihoods program piloted in 6 states across Nigeria that gives low-income women access to credit, skills, and markets through formalized savings groups. In 5 years, across 18 local government areas, over 20,000 women's affinity groups have been created, reaching almost 500,000 women, who have saved over 4 billion naira. Think about what we can achieve when we scale from 6 to 36 states, from 18 LGAs to 774. That is, in fact, what we're doing right now, as Nigeria for Women enters its scale-up phase. 29 states so far have indicated interest, and we hope that key engines of the Nigerian economy, like Kano, Kaduna, and Lagos states, who've not yet signed on, will do so before the window expires. My boss, Bill Gates, is still here this week. He visited one of these groups yesterday, and he was able to see firsthand not only how rural women in Niger State are saving and borrowing, but also how they're using that money to invest into productivity-enhancing equipment that enables them to process multiples of the rice they were able to process previously. This is not only putting more money into those women's pockets, it's offering them much higher rates of return for the effort they put in. We also need a broader conversation about how we leverage the larger financial ecosystem to better support women. Beyond multilateral financing and philanthropic giving, how can public financing be used to more effectively catalyze private investment through institutions like the Development Bank of Nigeria and the Bank of Industry to reach women smallholder farmers, artisans, and entrepreneurs in the informal economy? What will it take for banks and the broader financial system to be incentivized to also lend to women-led businesses? We are thinking hard about this at the Gates Foundation, and I hope all of you will help advance some of these conversations at the summit this week. But programs don't exist in a vacuum. They should all drive towards a clear set of policy goals. A year ago, during the final days of the last administration, Nigeria adopted its first ever National Women's Economic Empowerment Policy and Action Plan. The policy was the product of the Nigeria We Policy Dialogue and an 18-month consultative process led by the Ministry of Women's Affairs and the Ministry of Finance, Budget, and National Planning, and supported by a wide range of partners, many of whom are in the room here today. Policy development tends to be a top-down process, but I have to commend the Nigerian government for pursuing a much more grassroots-led approach in this particular instance. While experts were, of course, consulted and contributed to shaping the policy, its framework and recommendations were also informed by the perspectives of tens of thousands of Nigerian women. Some of them work in the informal economy. They're smallholder farmers, they're small-scale entrepreneurs. But others were senior leaders in the banking and finance sector, all of whom were engaged to understand the barriers different groups of women face and what government interventions can do to give women greater economic power. The We policy is a strong blueprint for lifting up Nigerian women and girls in sectors where they are most present: agriculture, entrepreneurship, education, emerging industries, and in the formal labor force. All of us in the room today owe it to those women and to their male allies who spoke on behalf of Nigeria's 101 million women to see that Nigeria achieves the targets laid out in the policy, as well as in other key frameworks such as the National Gender Policy and the National Affirmative Procurement Plan. Finally, I want to speak about partnerships and emphasize that the journey towards greater gender equality and poverty reduction is one that we must undertake together. Government alone cannot address the issue of female poverty in Nigeria. We need civil society, the private sector, donors, and yes, philanthropy, all to step up. The stakes are high, but so too is the potential for impact, and that impact will be greater if we leverage our comparative advantages to drive outcomes. At the Foundation, we're strong supporters of Nigeria's High-Level Advisory Council on Gender and other platforms like it aimed at driving multi-sectoral collaboration to drive gender equality. The HLAC brings government decision makers, captains of industry, traditional leaders and norm shapers, and the most experienced leaders from the social sector together to shape the government of Nigeria's gender policy priorities. We'll need to work to extend this into platforms like Nigeria for Women, helping the women we met from Niger State yesterday to obtain credit on affordable terms, to get smartphones so they have better access to market information, and to sell their products into the market so we can raise their incomes to the benefit of both their families and their communities. It's an important and critical platform, and we are excited to see it reach its full potential under the Tinubu government. As I close today, I want to acknowledge that the work to build more equitable systems can be exhausting. This is why it is critical that as we continue the important work ahead of us, we remember why we do this work. We do this work because when we empower women, we empower entire communities. We do this work because when we lift women out of poverty, we lift entire nations. And we do this work because when we invest in women, we invest in a future that is more just, more equitable, and more prosperous for all. Thank you for your attention.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a brilliant keynote speech by the Director of Women's Economic Empowerment Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation regrettable. So I'd like us to one more time, let's put our hands together for her and the great work they're doing at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Well, you may have noticed a little change in the sitting arrangement in the room. And that's just because we've just had the pleasure of a presence of a member of a Senate of Nigeria representing Oyo South Senatorial District, Senator Sharafaddin Ali. He just joined us. Please, let's put our hands together for him this afternoon. You're welcome, distinguished. You'll have noticed that this event is meticulously curated with the right speakers, the right conversations, just to push why we're here today. And what will be this conversation around gender and inclusion without that elephant in the room right here in Nigeria? So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to have, well, our very first fireside chat. And guess what it's about? Japa and Japada. Yes, it resonates with all of us. So this particular fireside chat is going to be obviously big, and it's on Nigerian youth and the hustle for greener pastures. It is my pleasure to welcome on stage the moderator for this fireside chat. Is a behavioral insight specialist, Policy Innovation Center, Chris Agbajogu. Let's put our hands together for Chris Agbajogu as we talk about Japa or Japada. I don't know what side of the divide you belong, but hopefully after this, you'll be able to know what party you belong. Chris, over to you now.
Esteemed guests, distinguished delegates, and honored participants, good afternoon. I'm Christopher, and I'm the BI specialist at the Policy Innovation Center. So this annual event is a great one, and a special one because it's about reimagining pathways to reducing poverty. And as we know, poverty has been one of the great factors for emigration, mass emigration out of the country. So I honestly came to the term Japa recently in the last 1 year. And that is because over the past few years, I've had the opportunity to explore different cultures, different ethnicities, different countries. And suddenly I arrived back to the country and someone said I had Japada. And I didn't know what it meant because it's a Yoruba term that was popularized by a Nigerian artist. So in coming to understand what it meant, I was shocked that my initial perception of what globalization was for academic achievement or exploration to embody the fact that the world is a small place was unfortunately twisted. But it also shined a light on one of the most pertinent things that is affecting the country and also the youth in the country. So my experience is not alone because I'm sure we all have one person in our life or someone that we know that battles with this term or this purpose to either leave or to return. But then to understand how this is linked to the economic situation in the country, I would like to have the conversation with three interesting people today. So the first person, it's my greatest pleasure to introduce Amara Chukwu Nwokokoro. She is a true visionary in the realm of social impact and dedicated owner and founder and content creator to driving her commitment to empowering youth and young people across Africa. So Amara Chukwu is a dynamic force behind an NGO that spans across 6 countries and is set to expand to 10 countries in the end of the year. So her work emphasizes on 2 critical issues or causes, which is quality education and gender equality. So with a reputation such as the global asset, she believes that her role in echoing the voices of young people could transform the development and social impact of the country. So through her extensive work, she has been indulged in speaking engagements and discussions as well, and continues to drive positive change to inspire and pursue higher purpose. So please join me in welcoming Amara Chukwu Nwokokoro. And as she arrives, then I would also like to invite a second person to this discussion. Menkiti is an orated program officer who is passionate about good and responsive governance. So his work has always been around holding leaders. Okay. All right, thank you. And he also is passionate about encouraging leaders and holding them accountable to make their promises manifest. So please help me in welcoming Menkiti Vincent. And just to speed up, also help me welcome in Obeta Joan, who is a result-oriented development communication specialist, and she is well-versed in crafting integrated communication strategy to create more awareness. So she is what they call a without-the-box thinker, and I'm interested to know what that truly means. So please help me in welcoming Ms. Obeta Joan. A final round of applause, please, as we just welcome them. Thank you. Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So just to get a feel of what this panel is all about, I would like to start with a simple question.
Okay.
To Japa, not Japa, or Japada?
Is this
Yes, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I guess I would say to Japada as I Jakpadad.
Yeah, too. I think that we should Japbada.
I think you should Japa.
Very interesting. So I guess the next question is, what do you think is the most pertinent issue that causes young people to actually take that active decision to leave the country or to return back to the country? So I will throw this to Ms. Joanne first.
Okay, so I think there are a couple of issues that make people leave the country, or Japa, as we say. And just to put a bit of context to it, the reason we are gathered here is because of the high rate of Japa, right? The reason we're having this conversation now is because of the high rate of Japa, not necessarily because Japaing is a problem, right? It's because of the high rate of it, and because young people now perceive it as, if not the only route to actually accessing better opportunities. And this is simple. One of the reasons is the lack of economic opportunities in Nigeria. Yeah, so young people are having it pretty difficult, you know, amidst all of the talents that they have and all of the skills that they have acquired and all of the education they have gathered. It's becoming increasingly difficult to actually live well, access good opportunities, and make better use of these skills that they have acquired. And that's the reason they Japa. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Amara Chukwu, do you have something to add to that?
Yes, I mean, not to repeat the things that she has already mentioned, but then there's also the aspect of health, insecurity issues, and things in that sort. And I mean, there's phrases that people say that, oh, Nigeria happened to me. People talk about that a lot on Twitter, social media, and things in that sort. So people's different life experiences have caused them to want to Japa or leave the country. And like she mentioned, it's not that it's bad, but it's the increased number of it that we're worried about.
Okay, thank you very much. And over to Mr. Vincent. I guess the question now would be, taken from these two comments, what are some of the government activities that you think is helping to curtail the amount of Japa, if that we can use?
So at the moment, sorry, I really don't think that the government is doing enough, a lot really, to stop people from Japaing. But I think that there are things that the government can do that they are not doing at the moment. So I would just like to focus on that. The first one for me is, it seems like we have lost the culture of technical and vocational skill, learning and education, because getting into work sector, I realized that so many things can be taught if the right environment is provided for young people to be able to learn and get the skill that they need for the jobs that are available, and not just say that we are unemployable. The second one, which I think is very vital, is there is no platform for technology sector to be able to thrive enough. I mean, you look at what's happening in Lagos, a lot of young startups are doing very well, but I don't think that they have been given enough platform to be able to push as hard as they can push. And again, we also have some people would say that the issue of Yahoo is making people think that every young person who is in the technology sector is into crime and fraud. So I think that the government needs to do a lot in that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's quite interesting. So you bring a strong point, which is about technology, how it could be perceived in some negative ways to actually affect the activities of the government towards the youth initiatives, right?
Yeah.
Yes. But then one could argue differently that technology could actually be an accelerator as well to improve education. So I want to ask maybe Ms. Amarachuku. So you are an advocate for the young people, right? So do you advocate for more technology, or do you resonate with Mr. Vincent on this topic?
Do I advocate for more technology?
Yes.
Definitely. I mean, we're in 2024. We're in a world that's constantly evolving. So, of course, more technology is definitely something that we would want to push. I guess just to add on to what he has said, I think it's also the aspect of introducing these kind of things into our curriculums. I grew up, most of my schooling and stuff was not in Nigeria, right? And I've seen that in those schools, there's a difference in the way that they're teaching, right? That makes children more prone to want to explore different opportunities, different, careers as well, too. So I think if we have those kind of things really in our curriculum, not side, things, especially like the technology, like you mentioned, in our curriculums, the way they teach, and things in that sort, more children, more youths, I guess, would have that exposure early.
Okay, thank you very much. And do you have anything to add, Ms. Joanne?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Benson initially mentioned about the curricula. I know that this topic keeps coming up, but it's important that in Nigeria, we tilt towards a skills-based curricula. So what has happened recently now is that more young people are tilting towards entrepreneurship. And I know that most times when we hear entrepreneurship, our mind just tilts towards selling of goods. Not necessarily, people actually sell their services now. And then that's where you hear about business hubs and accelerators. You see co-working spaces, right? And whenever I am in a co-working space, I'm just like, there are just so many ideas coming out of all of these, right? And they're also leveraging technology. So think about if this co-working space of these business accelerators who provide mentorship for young people, think about how much they would achieve if they had better support.
Yeah.
So also it's important that these things are taken note of, and also driving our curricula to the point where they are skills-based, so that when we have graduates or we have professionals, they would fit into today's market, today's job demands. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Upon listening to this commentary, it's unsafe not to drag it to center, which is about poverty now. who has access to this technology, this education, or these initiatives that are out there? Maybe I can start from Mr. Vincent and walk my way down.
Okay, who has access to it? Not a lot of people, to be honest. But, and for me, this is the reason I have always advocated for, for government to establish public-private partnership, right? Because that way, government is able to, the government resource is able to get to places that the funds that we are able to put together as young people to, get a technological startup can go. So for me, I think that we need partnership, we need government to get young people into the room, understand what they do, and see how funds and resources can be thrown into that, so that it will be accessible to people, everywhere in the country.
All right, so just before Mr. Marichuku comes up, most people who are in our times probably are just living, and they are not also below the poverty line. So multidimensional poverty might not be the exclusive factor, right? But is there some reasons that also affect those who are well-to-do, so to speak, that still choose to leave the country, even though this accesses might be provided, like public-private partnerships and the rest? Mr. Marichuku,
Okay,
is that?
okay.
Yes.
Should I answer the other question as well, or just?
Absolutely.
Okay, so firstly, let me answer the last question. So I think I would first say as well too that we need to, I guess I would go back to the aspect of the curriculums like I mentioned. I feel like the education is the basis of where these first instillings and different conversations are going to be happening. But just to touch on the question that has just been asked, I think I would also say the reason why maybe people that are well-to-do or maybe not in those areas also still want to Japa is because of security issues, health issues. Me, myself, I've had a situation in my family where one of my family members was sick, ended up passing, and because of the health, the medical centers, and the things that are being done. I mean, we have constant stories. You have people who have sickle cell, and they don't do their health, checkups in Nigeria. They leave the country. Issues that shouldn't be there. So this would be things that would make people want to jackpot, because it's like, maybe for the sake of my life, let me just leave, right? And these people maybe are on the aspect of the well-to-do, as you mentioned. So yeah, and then I would say also, just to add to the last part about how we can get these accessible, like who are the people that have access to these different things. I think I would say that this is the aspect of where partnership, like you said, comes in, because there are NGOs that are actually doing the work in this country, in Africa in general, that should partner with government, should partner with private sector, should partner with public sector professionals as well, in order to get them the information that they don't exactly have access to because they're not at the field. And that's what these nonprofits and other organizations do. They're at the field. So getting those informations in order to ensure that you're having the accurate data to help people and get it to them. So yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And for Ms. Obeta Joan?
Okay, so do you know how much you need to actually Japa?
A lot.
Do you know how expensive it is to actually Japa?
Yeah.
The reason people will invest that much to leave Nigeria is to access better opportunities. We could sit down here and use all the beautiful words, big grammar, but it's simple. If I was well-to-do and I wanted to put my child in a school outside of Nigeria, why would I make that decision? It's because I want to expose them to a better life. It's because I want them to have better opportunities. So the point still remains that lack of access to opportunities, lack of just basically the whole disillusionment and the whole distrust in government, the whole distrust in the country is what makes people want to leave the country. So like she said, and like he already mentioned, because we understand that this whole thing isn't resident with the government alone, there's also need for collaboration. Like she said, there are civil society organizations who have been able to come up with beautiful initiatives that empower young people, build their skills, give them better capacity to face everyday realities, it's important that that partnership continues to exist, and it's important that they continue to get the support that they required in order to reach Nigerians or young people down to the grassroots. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting.
So sorry. Can I?
That was a passionate one.
So sorry, can I say something?
Of course, but...
Yes, so I just wanted to quickly add, I really wanted to add this. So I also feel that, and this is just to say, that if everybody Japa, okay, the country will be empty. I think we really need to ensure that these trainings and these things are actually done. And I'm saying this because we have people who are in this room that actually make the decisions. Please, we need these accesses, like she said. We need these opportunities here, because if not, who will build Nigeria? We can't, all of us can't Japa, and not all of us are like us that said we want to Japa that, right? So if we have those access and our country is being developed in the way it needs to be, people would stay and they would leave for leisure, right? And that's what we ultimately want, because in all honesty, those countries don't really care about us. That's the truth. We should be caring about our country, and we're the one to build our country. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much. So just because of time, please a round of applause for that. So just because of time, we will just take some final remarks from each and every one of us, and then I'll summarize, and we're good to go. Mr. Vincent, do you have any final words?
Okay, yeah. I just want to say something, that in 2006, the Chinese Communist Party in China decided to roll out a plan to stop their own Japa at the time. And by 2008, they immediately created what they call the China 1,000 Talent Plan. And I think we need that kind of plan, and it has to be, that plan has to come from the federal government to address, unemployment, insecurity, and, create opportunities for young people. And that way we can have more people stay back.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the only thing I want to say is that we should definitely have more partnerships, collaborations with organizations that are doing the work, especially nonprofits. And I say doing the work because not a lot of them are. So organizations that are collecting the data, doing the right things in order to ensure that you're able to get access to the people who need these helps. And then, of course, people that can also create the policies that would help us and, of course, maybe reduce the JACPA level. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so first off, I want to say that nothing for us without us. Young people must be involved at every point. Please, for everyone sitting here, if you want to make a decision that affects young people, ensure that you have young people in the room. When we had Charles Usi of Plan come up here to talk, he talked about how the whole youth approach and bringing young people on board, more than just saying it, is something that Plan International is actually living. I promise you that when you have young people involved, it's more of an asset than a cost. And it's not nice at all to make decisions for young people without them. And lastly, I'd say that young people get involved. It's beautiful to see everyone here, considering that you had to go through the whole registration, and you're seated here because you feel there's something here for you, and you also feel like you're an integral part of this. That's how you should feel whenever you enter a room. You should own it, you should feel like you're an important part of it, and you should contribute to every decision that is made about you. Nothing for us without us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it is fair to say that the young people should be included in all the decision and active initiatives that are taking place in the country to help increase the health accesses, education, and also reduce the level of insecurity that exists in the country. And even if most of the people who are multidimensionally poor would never have that opportunity or resource to make that active decision to Japa, which would be the first option they would take, even those who have some accesses are still choosing to leave because of other reasons as well. So as we think of multiple pathways, we know that it affects both the upper, mid, and lower class of society generally. And it's good for me personally. I believe that Japa is the right way forward. So thank you so much for joining in this conversation, and I hope we can carry it on from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a brilliant fireside chat. I know a lot of young people want to be a part of this, can relate. You want to say one or two things. So I'll give you a quick opportunity, and it's quite simple. We have a representation from the Senate here, so let's simulate, the legislature. So those in support of Japa say aye. Those against say nay. The senator's voice was so loud. Let's try one more time. Those in support of Japa say aye. Those in support of Japa say aye. Those against Japa say nay. The nays have it. We've seen it in the Senate, so hey, I can as well do it. Thank you very much, guys. That was a fantastic one. Nothing for us without us. We have to keep that in mind. Please let's put our hands together for them. Fantastic. And it just shows what this event is all about. We need to take pictures quickly. It shows what this event is about, gender and inclusion. And she put it quite succinctly, nothing for us without us. And that's why we have people from all walks of life, gender, ethnicity, age, right here in this room, because we're big on gender and inclusion. After all, it's GS24. Just quickly, if you've not taken your selfie, if you've not posted online, let's do that right away. I've been seeing amazing pictures. All of the makeup did not go to waste. All of the outfit did not go to waste. So go to your favorite social media platform, #GS24. Put up a picture, a quote from this event. Let the world know that something big is happening here today. I'd like to quickly recognize the presence of a Country Programs Director, TechnoServe, Ayokomi Ayuba. Please let's put our hands together for Ayokomi Ayuba, who's the Country Programs Director of TechnoServe. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we need to move forward now. And this is something that you want to be a part of. It's our very first plenary for today, and we'll have government representation at the very highest level, just to speak to this issue, securing inclusive futures through gender equitable legal frameworks. And I'd like to welcome the moderator for this plenary, Professor Shola Omotola, Professor of Political Science, Federal University, Oye-Ekiti, Foye, Ekiti State, and consultant in NILS. But let's put our hands together for Professor Omotola as he comes to the podium. Please let's clap until he gets here, Professor Omotola. So I'll hand over to you now to introduce members of the panel, and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My pleasure to be here. And the focus of our panel is beyond dialogue, securing inclusive futures through gender equitable legal frameworks. And I have the pleasure to invite the panelists. First, distinguished Senator Sarafaddin Ali, Senator representing Oyo South Senatorial District. You are welcome, sir. I think we can do better than that. Thank you. Then joining the distinguished senator on this panel, we have Mrs. Tony Basi, partner, Bawo and Igodalo Mrs. Tony Basi. Can you welcome her with? Please. Thank you so much, madam. I say, I should go to that. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like I said earlier on, the theme of the panel is beyond dialogue. And I think in the last couple of months, under the platform of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies alone, I think this will be the 5th dialogue or workshop or meetings that I will be attending, participating on similar issues of this nature, gender inclusion. Now, I'm happy that we are now saying we've had enough dialogue. We need to take it beyond the level of dialogue and move to the level of action. And that is the main focus of this panel. I'm going to begin, because our time is very, very short. So I'm not going to make any preamble or introductory remark that will take so long. I just want us to go straight into the conversation of the day. And I will begin from my sister here, the barrister. Now we are talking about securing, inclusive futures through gender equitable legislation. When we speak about securing inclusive future, what exactly should we expect in this particular future we are talking about? Over to you, Marisa.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think for me, the first thing that comes to my mind, and I'm sure that's the same for most of the people in the room when we talk about legal framework, and we're thinking around the legislature, we're thinking around the National Assembly. It first starts with when we think about the composition of the National Assembly. And for the people who are not aware, we know it's a global problem, firstly, but in Nigeria, just to set the tone, I think it's important that we also understand that, so for instance, at the Senate, we only have 4 women out of 109 senators, and we only have 16 women out of over 300 representatives at the House of Representatives. So that's the first thing. We cannot, firstly, be talking about an exclusive legal framework without having the women in the room in such a proportion that can make a difference. A simple experience that I had recently with a friend who was appointed on a board and who started thinking around whether or not she was suited for the board. It was a fast food company. And I said to her, who are the women who make the purchasing decisions in a family? And it's out of experience. It's the same thing that you want in relation to legal framework. You want the people who have a different perspective. I've had the privilege of working on a few legislations for the country. And I know that from ideation, when you're talking about what are we solving for, you want to have those conversations with a diverse number of people. This is absent. This is completely absent. We first start with training. When you at the point of ideation, you should have people who have the capabilities to gender mainstream, to be able to think through how would this affect women, and not just women, of course, we're talking about diversity, people with disabilities, just solving for every diverse member of the society from ideation. And then we now have, in terms of whether it is drafting, whether it is advocacy, when we have all these public hearings, we must have those diverse people in it. Otherwise, the people you're solving for will not benefit from the law when eventually you have pooled all those resources, human and capital, to ensure that it goes to the National Assembly. So to me, firstly, it must be that the right people with the right knowledge and skill set are part of that process from the get-go, from ideation. When we're solving for, we've identified a gap. That's the essence of a law. You want to institutionalize a solution for the country. And so if you're solving for that, you must at that point be solving for every category of the country. And that is the only way when we come to implementation stage. And that's why they tell you that quite a number of laws, but very poor implementation, because oftentimes it's not fit for purpose. So I think maybe I'll stop at this for the moment.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Permit me to recognize distinguished Senator Honorable Adeola, I think. Yeah, thank you so much. Honorable Kafilat Ogbara, please, you are most welcome. I thought you were going to join us on the panel, ma. Thank you for the honor, ma. Yeah, we have just actually started. You have not missed much on the panel. The first speaker has just spoken about what we should expect in that future that we are talking about through this gender equitable legal framework that we are talking about. And I think one key point that came out from her presentation is the need to find the right people, okay, in those position of influence, of power, so that they can make things happen, so that they can promote legislation, they can promote policies that can be beneficial to the generality of the people, especially women. Thank you so much for that insight. Let me move to the distinguished senator. Sir, we are talking about gender equitable legal framework. So what exactly does this imply when we speak about gender equitable legal framework? That is one. Hold on, sir. Secondly, how can it be attained? How can we achieve that gender inclusive legal framework? Then who are the actors? Who are the people that can drive that process so that we can attain it?
Yeah,
so,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think we must first of all recognize that there are a lot of inhibitions to whatever we're talking about, especially within our society here. There are the political problems, the socio-cultural, the religious. There are some areas within our setting where you find it difficult for a woman to get elected. I was at a retreat yesterday where a judge of the Court of Appeal was trying to review a judgment with us, and he said the political leaders tried as much as they could to maneuver in ensuring that a woman did not get a particular seat. It is because of the kind of environment in which we are in. And I think how to achieve that or get to where we want is, one, through advocacy, lobbying, getting a lot of our people involved into what we are doing. And it's not just about, we also need to think of the kind of, because if you want to say you want to change a law or you want to make laws, there's need for public hearings. When we have public hearings, we should have people who will come and hear their views. They must be able to come, let people know this is what we want. I will use my own as an example. I chaired the Senate Committee on Electoral Matters. When we came on board, we realized that, yes, there's need for us to amend the Electoral Act. And going through the last election, we realized that the population of women and youth that participated in the election was quite high. And we felt people, before the elections, we felt the Electoral Act was the best that we had. But after putting it into use, we realized that there are still a lot of flaws there. And we now decided that we must, one, consult as widely as we could and get a lot of people included in whatever we are doing. And what did we do? After our technical sessions, we'd add a retreat in the Southwest, in Ibadan. And we invited all the youth organizations across the Southwest to come. By the time later, we now went to Breakout and brought in a lot of women to come and look at it. And not just looking at it, and let them tell us how has the election in difficult terrains affected them. They are able to come up that elections in these places are militarized. So what we need to first of all do is demilitarize elections and also get them involved. But unfortunately, what I've seen, like the last seminar we had with NETS, very many of our people are women, prefer to head NGOs. They do not prefer to go into politics. You need to be there before you can get the desired results. Yes, it's not easy. It may be difficult at the beginning, even for men. Nothing comes easy. But you must be able to come in. And by the time you have more, but for a few people, if you go into the National Assembly, you bring up a bill, and like the example that Her Excellency, the former Senator, I've forgotten, Olujimi said, he said they were almost succeeding in the next Senate. They invited the senators' wives, brought them on board. By the time the husband got to and said, so you are part of those who want to take my seat. The women decided not to be part of it again. So we need to do some more job on this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, distinguished Senator. I think you have raised quite a number of important points about what we need to do to facilitate that process. We need strong advocacy, consultation, partnerships, lobbying, and we even need champions who can help us to lead the process. But you made one point that is very, very vital for me towards the end of your presentation, talking about the interest that in a program you had, you interacted with people and you discovered that young people prefer to go and work in the NGO world instead of joining politics. I want the honorable member, Kafilat,
Yes.
to take off from that particular point. What can we do, to stimulate the interest of young people, of women in politics?
Thank you very much. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody here present. Well, for me, I think gender inclusive, particularly for women, because when you speak about gender, we are talking about men, women, girls, and boys. But if we are making particular reference to women, I think we have a long way to go, and we have a lot to do. Because the existing women, let me just answer your question first. The existing women that are in leadership positions, that are already at the forefront politically, need to be the right role models. And we must represent the right things at the right time so that the younger ones coming behind will be encouraged and, they'll be motivated. But for young people, I think basically it's an inbuilt thing. You have to have the passion for politics. You have to be interested in contributing to your immediate environment. You have to have that passion. It's very important. Without the passion, nothing much can be done, even when you mentor them. So once the passion is there and they show the interest, they go to the right quarters, join the right political party, they can take off from there. And for them to also be motivated and be encouraged, we need the right legal framework, like your question went to the distinguished senator. And those that can drive this are the parliamentarians, particularly because most of the time you find out that once there's a motion or a bill to be debated that has to do with the interest of women, the inclusion of women, nobody wants to hear about it in the House. They are here. This is the distinguished senator. Even before you present it, before you even come, once they know that it has been listed, they mobilize themselves, and they are all there, the men, and they kill it before you even go anywhere. But we are on top of it. We are on top of it, and we hope to get there. Because it is very important. It's an understatement. We are not just talking about put women there. We are talking about eligible, capable, dependable women that can drive this country. Women are multitasking. They are very intelligent. Check out where a lot of women are heading in private sector. You find out that they get the desired results. And these are your sisters, your mothers, your cousins that are women. We are not just talking, you are talking about somebody taking somebody's seat. Your daughter will be there someday. And we are not talking about now. We are not talking about now. All over the world, I just came back from China, and a lot of their sectors that we were taken to, I found out that most of them are women. Sometimes we don't even get to see any man, and they drive the economy so well. Even the police sector, the security sector, a lot of them are women. And this is why these countries work. Where you are underestimating the potentials of about half of your population, We are not going to go anywhere. We are mothers. We are the ones that nurture you. When the mother is okay at home, the children will be automatically fine. Even look at your followers, your workers that work with you. Some of them that have women, that have things doing, that have women that are not depending on them, they thrive well. They have the mental balance to even work and give you results at work. But when you have a woman that is dependent on the man, that has nothing to do, that just sits at home, that is not creative, is not putting anything on the table, is not adding any value, you get to have problem even as a person because she has to depend on you for everything that she has to do. So this is not just about putting women there, it's about national development. It is not negotiable. We are not asking to negotiate about it. And most of the time, women, girls, young ladies are not encouraged because the political parties are not even encouraging them. And this is why we are saying that we need political party reform. We don't want a situation where you are going to have a list of candidates and they are all going to be men. How? 40 men from Lagos in the House of Assembly. We know that Lagos State has given us like 3 or 4 now, but a lot of states are like that. In Kano, everywhere, 44 over 44. Before I came here, we had 24 men in the House of Representatives in the 9th Assembly. And this time around, I'm the only woman out of 24. It is highly unacceptable. We need our political parties to be reformed, and they should insist. We want it in our constitution. We want our political act to insist that there must at least be a woman. We don't want a single gender list anymore. A single gender list can take Nigeria nowhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kafilat. I think I'm vindicated now by conscripting her to join this panel. Thank you so much for the insights you have offered. A few things came out very powerfully for me, and most importantly, the question of women in leadership as role models. So in the little pocket of spaces that we occupy as young women leaders in our various organizations, what kind of example, what kind of motivation, what kind of encouragement, what kind of support, what kind of platform are we providing for those around us to be able to participate and learn the rope? But because this matter is so passionate and so sensitive, I'm going to defer again to the barrister. Let me hear your view on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a couple of points that I want to make. I think it's not in doubt, and I know that the men and the women know that women bring value and that women should be in the room. But the truth is that they're not going to give it to the women. Whether we like it or not, you know, they're making a case for it, and I do appreciate the passionate plea that was made this morning. But the fact that you deserve to be in the room is not going to get you a seat in the room. And this is why, if you've looked at some of the economies around the world, they adopted the legislative approach. You must make provision for it. We're saying beyond dialogue. If we're saying beyond dialogue, we're then saying that what are the ways we can institutionalize it in such a way that you can compel the men to give you a seat in the room? Because even it is competitive, even for the men. So how much so for the women who are just trying to get in there? It's not likely. That is the reality check that I think we need to come out with firstly this morning, that it is not going to be given to you. And this is why the gender bills, the advocacy around ensuring, and I know that the head of NILS mentioned it this morning, that they are working and that they were going to be pushing it. It is a critical agenda. It should be put in the forefront. It should be a front-burning matter. That is what we should be asking for. Because it is not being treated as such. There's so many bills and laws that are taking place beyond that. There have been calls for women to support this. How many women in the room are supporting advocacy in relation to this? How many people have raised up their hands? Yes, it's great to have this rousing applause and supporting the ideas. But how many people are raising their hands towards ensuring that we can institutionalize a process where women, it's not a choice, you must have us in the room. That is where we should be going to. And so on a more sustainable manner, we will firstly, speaking onto the Constitution, I like that because she mentioned that at the tail end, getting that in. We need to get it in. Secondly, then we're talking about long-term. What do we need to do long-term? The social-cultural issues, economic opportunities for women. These are the only things that can ensure that also we have the quality of women in the room. We have to then ensure that we're bringing forth a steady pipeline of qualified women who can then advocate for laws that are inclusive. It's the same thing, and it cuts across young people, persons with disability. Again, going back to that, to ensure that they're given, so it's not just putting in the law, ensuring that they're there, but we're talking about a sustainable process. A sustainable process means that all those other issues that are tied to gender, economic opportunities, how many women are then getting it? Because if you have them empowered, then they're able to even pay for anything that they need to pay. You don't even probably need to restructure your forms or the cost and all of that. It's because they're not empowered in the first place. So you then go into the root causes of why women are unable to also play in that field and ensure those social, cultural issues as well as economic issues, those two very primary, because stigma, shaming, and all those things that prevent women from actually coming out. And I think the point again that it is not that women are not interested. It is ensuring that they are given mandatorily, and I must really emphasize that unless we do this, I really think that it's going to be a dialogue for next year.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister. At least somebody speaking from a realist perspective, saying that no holder of power will voluntarily relinquish that power. You need to struggle for it. Speaking from the Machiavellian tradition, and I think I sincerely appreciate that. But you ended, and virtually all the three panelists have spoken about this idea of legislation. Let me now ask the next question, and I want all of you to just take turn one after the other in responding. Maybe you can propose a specific gender, related legislation you think that we need to advance this cause. So, anybody can, distinguished senator. Yeah.
I think I want to quickly comment on what Honorable Obara said. It's not that the political parties are not giving women opportunities. I do not agree entirely. And please listen to me. I am a practitioner. Women, in some cases, do not pay for nominations forms. Some, they pay half. They don't pay for expression of interest. They were given opportunities. The truth is this. Listen to me. I am one of you. I am one of you, and you need me.
One house, please.
I'm a he for she.
One house, please.
Yes. The truth of the matter is this. I remember when we were contesting, when we were holding meetings, senatorial candidates in our party, APC, we had between 10 and 12 women. By the time we got to the house, some were not elected. So it transcends beyond the idea of giving them nomination forms or nominating them as candidates. It's a way of, like the barrister said, we need to really ask for particular number of seats. Let's go to Kenya, for example. Let's go some other places. These are things that we can do. If you continue, like say, let parties nominate, it's difficult. We may not get there. And that's the reality. Even those of us in this room, if we bring a man here and a woman here, the likelihood is that the man will win the election. And women will always say that we are in the majority. Okay, those who lost, what happened? Is it that they are not good? They are very good women. We have a lot of eligible, well-qualified women around. But this is a competition. Like, let's go to the private world today, in the banking industry. You have a lot of women who are headed there. Let's go to judiciary. You have a lot of, and they are doing very fantastically well. But this is a place, this is a different terrain. where people will need to elect them. So we need to do more than that. And what I think we should actually do is let us try to pursue this gender equity bill. And we will need everybody to agree with us and see it through. Thank you.
Okay, gender equality legislation. Honorable Ma.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator, you are going to take that one back. Oh, that when they put a woman and a man, it's likely that the man will win. How?
You won.
How?
But some other women lost.
If a political party presents a man and another political party presents a woman, it's likely that the man will win. How? We are not, women, are you taking that in?
Hey,
hello?
You're not being realistic.
Hello, no, it's not reality, sir. The truth is that there are women that are better than men. Just take that first.
No doubt about it.
Take that in first.
I said that.
You talk about hoodlums, area boys, whatever. We meet the men match to match, even better than them on the field. So who is afraid of area boys? Who is afraid of hoodlums? They are human beings like us. I relate with them like my brothers. And I try to even get a lot of them out of the streets. It depends on the approach and the way we relate with them.
Exactly.
These area bombs and hoodlums you are referring to, some of them are very intelligent in situations that got them there. When you engage them, you find out that they are even more intelligent than some people you would expect. So nobody is afraid of, women are not afraid of hoodlums. They are not afraid of area boys. We are ready to face the men headlong. Wherever the political parties present a woman, there is no possibility that the woman cannot win. When you have a woman and a man, whoever the electorate wants is the one that will win. And it depends on the groundwork, the hard work, the effort, and everything that you put in to do your campaign. That's how you will win. So the point we are saying that the political parties should have it on their reform, that there must be a woman on every list that will be going to INEC. You cannot have all men. We are going to be rejecting that. We want our political parties to at least insist that a woman must come from every state. At least one woman for House of Assembly, for House of Rep. When we have even more, the better for us. There are states already that have more than a woman in the House of Assembly. Excuse me, sorry. For instance, in the northern states, there are only men. There are states in the north that a woman dare not go and collect the form. You dare not. They will castigate you. They will call you names. All these things must stop. It doesn't make it right. So we must all work towards ensuring that these changes are made. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable, I'm still coming back to you, ma'am. This idea you are pushing, political parties having a list containing a woman, whatever the number, what kind of legislation will you want to suggest to advance that idea?
Yes, thank you. I'm a member of the Committee on Constitutional Reform as we speak. So we are trying to put something together where every political party will at least have a woman as a candidate from their state. Let me tell you the truth. The truth is that most of the time, the primaries that we conduct are through elections, through delegates, or probably through option A4, depending on whatever the party adopts. But the truth, the genuine truth, is that most of the time, political parties nominate in their own way. You know, you have to have the right leadership. You have to work with the right caucus. You have these things play out within the political party. So once we have it, once the political parties know that they cannot send a single gender list to INEC, the political parties in every state will not to get the women. That is the truth.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Barrister. If you are given the opportunity today to suggest a specific gender legislation that can help us advance what we are discussing, what would that be?
Yes, the good thing about being a lawyer is that you can adopt. So I hereby adopt the submission of Honorable in toto, without any additions, and certainly no subtractions.
I'm not sensing any gang up against the distinguished senator anyway.
No, not at all. Not that they will meet me at the National Assembly.
But I think very interesting conversation. Because of our time, please, because of our time, I'm going to ask this last question. And I want all of you to make your idea known. You know what happened to the gender equity bills under the 9th Assembly. Now you are mooting fresh ideas about legislations that can help us advance this cause. What can we do? Different actors. What can we do differently to ensure that whatever legislation we are advancing do not suffer the same pitfall of the gender equity bill of the 9th Assembly? So, just very briefly, one after the other. Thank you.
Okay, I can just first saying it's very important that we know the why. I think a lot of people didn't really fully appreciate the why. Economically, I see that they're pushing out data now that tells us how much we're losing globally as a result of women not being part of the decision makers. It's costing us. It's costing the economies all around the world. It's costing Nigeria. Advocacy that explains the why. So that when we then have, because again, I spoke around the fact that there was so much push on the side of advocacy in the last session, but not a lot of women participated, and not a lot of Nigerians participated. So I think, one, the advocacy has to be very strategic, has to be very clear, has to be broken down in such a way that we understand why, especially to the men actually, to understand why it is in their interest for the women to be in the room. So it is not a positioning. It is more like we all go to the same markets. It's going to affect you positively when we then have a more diverse and inclusive legislation or a governance structure, and then that can also ensure that we move forward as a nation from an economic side.
Thank you so much, Barrister.
In addition to what the Barrister said, I think the advocacy should not just be related to the issue of women. It should encompass everybody and all policymakers. Everybody that we believe can influence the passage of the bill, including women who are in very high offices, who can influence their husbands at different times. And we know how we do this kind of thing. If we leave it just to the women, we might not be able to. And I think that's one of the whys that Madam said that we caused that one. If we go further, I think at one of Nick's sessions, we spoke about advocacy and lobbying and identifying the kind of areas that the strategies to be involved. If we're able to adopt all this, I think we won't have any problem.
Thank you so much, distinguished senator. And I leave the final word to Honorable.
Well, presently, I think the leadership of the country has to have the political will. Political will is very important when you're talking about the legislation that has to do with inclusion of women in this country, because there are a lot of stakeholders involved. For instance, like I mentioned initially, in the north, you have the ulamas, the alfas, the imams. All these people need to be educated. You need to take that advocacy to them on the whys. They need to understand. Because in the Quran, most of the time they refer to the Quran. But what I try to say is that I am a Muslim as well. Even Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, during the wars, when the wounded warriors come back and all that, even on the field, she's the one that treats the wounded, warriors and all that. The role of the women has always been there, even traditionally. So we need to educate them on the need for that gender lens. Even when you have small committees for events or you want things to happen, and you have only men, when you infuse, just put one woman, and then you start seeing a different perspective to the ideas that she'll be bringing on board to make that event a success. So there are different other aspects you will take that advocacy to them to let them know the whys. And of course, in the South as well, in the Bible, they talk about women being submissive to the husband and all that. So we need our clerics, traditional rulers, our pastors, and everybody. Because, for instance, in the mosque, the women are at the back, the men are in the front. In the churches as well, we believe that the women, that the men are superior. These are some of the religious, psychological things that affect us. So we need that advocacy to get to every nook and cranny where it needs to get to. Why they should know that when the woman is okay, when the home is okay, the immediate society, it reflects, it bounces on, and that is how we can make a better nation. So we have to ensure that the woman is okay. It is compulsory. Even the global goals, it has it on number 5, gender equality. It's very important. If the world will achieve the global goals of no to poverty, eradication of hunger, and all these things, good health and all that, we must achieve representation of women at every level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. After all said and done, I think it is clear from this panel that it is neither about women nor about men. It is about inclusive governance. It is all about inclusive development. It is about all of us. And for us to be able to push this through, as the panelists have rightly submitted, we need strategic, strong, focused, and clear, what did you call it now? Advocacy, to be able to do that. And again, it came out very powerfully that it is something that involves a lot of stakeholders. The national leadership, the leadership in the National Assembly, religious leaders, traditional leaders, civil society organizations, and the media. It is our collective responsibility. On this note, please join me in appreciating these powerful and distinguished panelists for a wonderful job that they have done.
Well, Prof, just a second. Due to popular demand, I understand we can take 2 quick questions. Okay. This has been a very interesting one. Okay. Oh, there you go. So, Prof, over to you now. It's your job to decide.
Okay, I can see.
Yes.
Remember, there are women.
How do we share it now?
There are a lot of women with their hands up, Prof.
Okay, please, let me add one to make it 3. One here, one here, one here. So, madam, then you, then that man. No, there's a man there. So, 3. So, thank you.
I'm here.
No, I've taken 3, please.
But
okay.
She's taking it by force. You know, he told women to take it by force.
Please give us a space.
I have a mic here. Good afternoon.
I'm here. I have the mic too.
Okay, this is what we'll do. How many of us have the mic? So, Prof.
We can only, how many? Only 3.
2, but you added 1. So 3 tops. Yes,
so, please forget about whether you have the mic. I have taken that man in white cap. Then I have taken the lady in purple here. Were you the one I... Okay, yeah. So those 3 people, please. You have to bear with us. Can you give them the mic?
Oh, I think she's in green. That's green, right? Okay.
No, the lady here is in purple.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gender and colorblind at this point.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tolu Lokwe Babajide, and thank you very much for a very interesting panel. And when Honorable Kafila was talking about all the challenges, and thank you also, because the National Gender Bill has been in the second reading for quite a while. When is it going to get out of the queue? That's the first question. The second question is that why it's good to lay all these issues that we have when it comes to electing women at the doorstep of men. But do you also know that majority of the electorate are women and they do not vote for the women? So what are we going to do about it? Because it's also about the reorientation. Other women, the bias, when we talk about bias, the people that have the most bias against women are women themselves. So thank you very much.
Women against women. Please take note for you to respond. Next.
Fantastic panel. Thank you, Toyin, for not falling our hand. I just want to say well done to the Honorable. And one thing I find interesting is that you weren't even listed to be here. But if you look at the program, you were not. The people who are women that were supposed to be here are not here. So that's the first indictment for me. We cannot have an a summit like this that is very germane to us as women, and we don't take it seriously. But when you were called upon, you went. And that's how it's supposed to be. When you see the gap, bridge it. Simple. Because as you said, we have the power to do it. Number 2, what are you doing because you're a fiery woman, I like that. So how many women are you, is it mentoring, dragging along, insisting, like, look, I can see this skill in you, I can see this in you, and you have to be there. So I just want to know if you are actually being intentional. I know it's a lot of work. And now to the senator, you tried, sir, in holding your own. And we're going to hold you to it because you came here and you told us that, yes, we need to do this and all. But if I ask you, you too, how many women are you being intentional about? So it's not just an issue of the rhetorics. We want to see it. Please, as you can see, I can talk. So
okay.
Which one of you is meant
Thank you. Yeah. Then a man now. See, no, that last guy there. Yeah, he's standing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator. Please, my name is Tommy Editi. My question goes down. It says, what do you have in mind for women who has all the required ability to move the state forward, but has no good financial background to back her up? Because if you leave it for those who are financially buoyant, we will keep on being led by family and friends.
Okay.
So please, what do you have in mind?
Thank you so much. Let me recap 3 questions that I think are very, very important. The first one has to do with the question of women not supporting women. How do we address that? The second one has to do with the question of mentoring. Distinguished Senator, Honorable Member, how many women are you taking on your wing, flying with you? Then the final one, financial challenges facing women. How do we address that? So I will allow the 3 of you, if you have anything in response, just very briefly. Thank you.
I think I'm concerned with only 1 or 2. The third one is for Honorable. Well, it's about mentoring. She said something. Depends on the caucus that you belong and having the right leadership. Anybody, a succession without a successor is failure. So, and in my own case, I have people that I'm mentoring, men, both male and female. And the most important thing is giving equal opportunity for everyone. So that the women will be able to, the female among them will be able to now exhibit the talents they have. And several numbers, it's not a particular number. I'm a leader, and I've been in politics, let me tell you this. I've been in this game for a little over 35 years. I became a local government chairman at 28. And ever since I've been there, in and out of office, going to back to my job and all these things. So it's not about a number. And one of the things that I had going for me during my last election was not about money. And that would lead me to that one. It's about what have you done for people? When you are on a radio program and people are calling to say, yes, this is the man who turned my life around. This is the man who did it. These are the kind of things that I think we should do. And answering the issue of money, there's nothing we can do without money. But in politics, you don't need to have so much of it. Yes, not so much of it. And that's the truth. One thing, you need to have good antecedents. Your upbringing, your background, your pedigree, they are very important. But they won't get anywhere without money. So there is a combination of the two. Thank you.
Thank you. Marista. Please, if I may go next, because I think Honorable Kafilat would have to close because she would close on a very high note. So let me just get in a few comments. To speak to the point about women at the, I don't even want to reiterate it because by then I'm also reinforcing. I don't agree. Just sitting here, I've already seen some of the women who have supported me. So there are women who support women, there are women who don't support women or men. So I would say that in situations where you find that there's a woman that is not supporting you in whatever endeavor, find the women who are there to support you because they are also there. So look for the right men and women. And then the second point about how does the woman who doesn't have all this money, and then there was some also talk about women not being able to vote and certain things. So there's a lot of restructuring that needs to happen. I remember that one of the takeaways for me, I did a course with the PIC on gender and development last year. And one of the topics that was discussed was around women participation and all that. And one of the things that struck me just now was when they talked about, when we look at even just registration, how that can impact on outcome. You are talking about figures, how many women, there's so many women and all of that. We can talk about population, how many women are there, translate that into voters. But a simple scenario where they painted during that course when they talked about where you situate the registration box can actually determine how many women are going to vote. Because the women are in the market. And if you now situate it at the other side of town, they're not going to go and register. So there's so much in terms of dynamics that need to go in terms of restructuring to ensure that population translates into votes. And from the economic side, I think I talked about a more sustainable process. You can't look at it in isolation. If you are talking about how to get more women involved, you cannot just also be talking about how to put them there and the legislation. In addition, sustainably, you must also empower women economically. So we need to look at all those reforms around ensuring that the SMEDAs, the this, the that, all the financing, the BOIs, is structured in such a way that you can take the women in such a way that they are economically empowered and able to do those things that are necessary to get themselves into office.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to agree with the barrister on the note that women do support women. I also have a lot of women that supported me. And of course, there will be women that will not support you. But I want to say that politically, you will find a lot of women not supporting a woman that wants to contest an election in a political party. For instance, if we have 10 men or 9 men and just 1 woman, you can find all the women queue against 1 man because of the leadership, position of the leadership of the party. This is what causes it. Most of the time, the leadership of the party at that level, once they give a direction that this is where we are going, everybody marches on. And then when they have to vote, the woman may just have just her own vote. This is one aspect. This is what happens within the political party. But there's a need for us as women, like she also said, that look for women that will support you. If you find yourself in this situation as a candidate within a political party, and you know that probably because this person is an incumbent, or because he has a lot of more money than you, or because he has more experience as a politician, you are new, look for women that will support you, and then ensure that you get women registered for election. I'm happy she mentioned that registration process. Once you are not registered with INEC to vote, there's no way, the only way you can have, your votes translated. So once there's no registration, there's no voting and there's no number. So it's important for us as women to be responsible in this aspect, not to look at the difficulties that we may go through when we have to, ensure that we are registered. Then another aspect is that the leadership of the party, we need them to continue to encourage women, like I said. It's very important. We have to be deliberate about it. Most of the time, even the men, they use the women against the woman. Once they know that you have an edge, sometimes the women are even more qualified than the men that they want to use. The man that they want to use may not even be able to speak good English. And here you have a PhD holder, a woman that is polished, that is qualified, that is fresh, that is good. And then they use the women against that woman to harass her, to embarrass her. They do a lot of things politically, but you have to be ready, you have to be confident, you have to be determined, you have to be resolute, and you have to be ready to face anything for anything at the political level. That is that about women working against women. And then for mentoring, even before I got to this level, I have also mentored women, and I have women that I have positioned in different aspects of life. So it's a continuous process, and we'll continue to do our best. And for those of us that are new, that want to join politics, we now have the local government autonomy, which means that most of the time now, the local government will be sort of independent in their own way. So we need more of our women to try to participate in the local government elections. You can start at the councillorship level, look at your immediate environment, your neighborhood, start participating in community work, start seeing how you can reach out to your immediate community. You can start by being a councillor. It's very easy. Don't let anybody give you any, try to cover anything as if there's a big deal. As a councillor, if you hold your community very well and your people love you, you will make it. And make sure you join the right political party. That is that for mentorship. And then for financial empowerment for women that wants to contest election, the truth is that politics is not cheap. It is very, very expensive. I can tell you that. So part of the requirement as a woman, you must, at least to an extent, be able to part away with some of your money. You are going to be selfless. You are going to be spending as if you are stupid. This is the truth. You will spend money without, you can't even start accounting. You cannot. How many do you want to account for? So you will be spending that money as if you are stupid. That is the word, because that is the experience I've had. I've been contesting elections since 2003. Calculate that. That's about 25 years or thereabout now. And I've lost and I've won. So I can tell you, whatever I tell you, just take it that is what it is. So you will need money. And you can generate that by partnership, cooperation, collaboration. There are a lot of, people that try to support. When you have the right, if you have the right material, people will come up to support you. At your workplace, at your immediate environment, seek support. Let people know what you stand for. It doesn't have to be financial. People can print t-shirts for you. They can give you face caps. They can give you other materials to support you. So don't be discouraged if you are not so financially buoyant. And I also tell a lot of our development partners, it's not enough for us to start talking about women inclusion, women inclusion. Even the ones that are there, what are we doing to retain them? For instance, in the 9th Assembly, we had 7 senators. Now we had 3 that won the election, and then Natasha joined to make 4. So we lost all those 7. We now have 3 fresh ones that won the election, and with Natasha making 4. So those 7, what happened? We need to do our research, find out what causes this loss, so that we can retain our gains and then maximize those gains. Not that we'll be losing and be going back and forth. So there must be something wrong in some of the policies that we are putting in place or some of our programs. And I've tried to tell a lot of our development partners that, look, some of us that are there now, we have a lot of situations in our constituencies back home. So it's not enough for us to have conferences or for us to travel out and all these things. We need you to look at some of the immediate issues that we have in our constituencies. We don't need you to give us the money. Just go when I tell you this community needs borehole. Help us to do the borehole and let me know where it is. And I can tell my constituents that I facilitated this. These are some of the ways we can sustain our women. And there will be demand for more women when the women that are there perform way better than the men. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Because of our time, nothing more to add. Just join me in appreciating this wonderful panel.
All right, thank you so much. And just before you go, quick mock election by voice vote. 2 competent women, 2 competent men. If you vote for the women, say aye. If you vote for the competent men, say nay. So this is what we'll do. All of that energy, take it into a political party. Join a political party. So how many of us will take a cue from this conversation and get actively involved in politics? You see, women are not raising their hands. Because we actually need to go beyond conversations, and these are some of the things that came up here. So women, are you going to join political parties? So you can vote for women when the time for primary comes? Please take note of everybody say yes. We'd like to thank you so much. We have to take quick pictures, and I'd like to invite the leadership of NESG and PIC to take pictures with them quickly as we wind down on this particular conversation. So the leadership of the NESG and the PIC, please let's step forward. Amazing conversation we've had today. Amazing. Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for them, for the distinguished, the honorable, the barrister, and the professor. Fantastic panel we just had here today. I'd just like to quickly recognize the presence of two people before we go on our quick tea break. I know we're long overdue for that. First is Country Director, Self-Help Africa Nigeria, Ms. Joy Aderele. Thank you for joining us today, as well as the Director, EYD, that's Education and Youth Development, at the Ministry of Youth Development, Alhaji Kabiru. Thank you for coming as well. Just one more announcement quickly before we go for our tea break, and it's for everyone here today. So, the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2024 would appreciate feedback from all of us here today, all the participants in this event. So to do this, kindly scan the QR code that you see on your screen very soon. And the ushers also have the QR codes. So please scan the QR code, or you can go to the feedback stand where the research assistants can support you, or they can use the digital screens, as I said, along the foyer. So please take a picture of the QR code, just scan it, and give us your feedback. All right? Well, it's time for tea break, right? The tea break will be for 25 minutes. So we'll go for tea break right away. Don't forget to network for 25 minutes. So we'll be back by 2:10. So by 2:05, we should be rounding up already. So please enjoy your tea break. Have some very good conversation. Women support women. Men support women. And let's have a good time. We'll be back by 2:10. Thank you very much. And just a quick one, kindly go with your valuables, your mobile phones, your bags, wallets, whatever is valuable to you, even your pamphlets. Please go out with them, all right? Thank you very much. See you at 2:05, 2:10. Down so you don't have to look up to me.
Close your eyes and come and see now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't you worry about the thing now. 'Cause if you work hard, you can get it if you want. If you try hard, you can be just what you want. If you work hard, you can climb mountains up. Nothing is too small, nothing is too big. You'll be Look to break my heart, oh. Sing for me, even though your voice is back, oh. Dance with me, even if you dancing off the beat. Take a chance on me, don't you believe I'm what there is? Smile for me, baby, please. Smile. I want to be the one for you, the time for I want to be the one that makes you do the things you thought you never do, and to be the one for you. I want to be your witness, baby. Would you fight for me? Even if no call can hold, take a ride with me. To be for cousin for the team of Ferraton. Oh baby, promise me the one, because nothing is too much. You know that I want to be the one for you, the time for I want to be the one that makes you do the things you thought you never do. Let me be the one for you. I want to be your witness, baby. You the Obajo Yibo, Biko Natasia. You the land of Oibo, baby come back yo. I give you mama my money, I give you papa my promise. I'm coming before the day go break. Hey. You the Obajo Yibo, Biko your baby Natasia. Not only picture I see, baby come back to me. I give your mama my money, I tell your papa I'm coming. Nothing will distract me from Lagos. From January, I give you my money. Eko yibo, eko yibo, eko yibo. From February, I put you my baby. Ichima, oh, Ichima. I dey rush, my brain dey hot, but you come. Okadipo, 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 Okadipo. Okadipo, 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 Okadipo. Tell me people what they do. I wanna Ghana. You got a pretty Anavana. Because the baby, my kingdom come. Baby, queen of my kingdom come. Nothing will distract me from Lagos. From January, I give you my baby. Eko yibo, eko yibo, eko yibo. From February, I put you my baby. Echima, oh, Echima. I dey rush, my brain dey hot, could you come? Okadipo, 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 could you come? Okadipo, 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 Okadipo. show you good loving. hold. For me, I hold my baby. For me, I hold. For me, I hold. For me, I hold. For me, I hold my baby. For me, I hold. For me, I hold. Some people in your life are there to make you smile. Oh, them go take your pain and give you so much joy. For me, I hold. For me, I hold my baby. For me, I hold. For me, I hold. For me, I hold. For me, I hold my baby. For me, I hold. For me, I hold. Some go tell you, say now you'll be one and only. Call you baby. Some go promise when time come them fail. When the time's so good, them go call you boo. Them go stand beside you, pretend to love you. When the time's so hard, them go just fail. Now I hold. Now I hold my baby so. Now I hold. Now I hold. Now I hold. Now I hold my baby. Now I hold. Now I hold. For me, I hold. Jeremy, I want you to love me. Jeremy, baby, yo. Jeremy, Kilote, oh. Why you know they call me? Kilote, baby, yo. Kilote, I they give you signal. So you know they feel me now. I give you great light to tire. I'm a killer babu. Shabby man of babu. I go shoot my shot to you, Joro. Such a baby, take my number. Only you can call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Because if you talk to your friend, oh, Jeremy, baby, yo. Shabby wanna suffer me. You talk, say you like me. I be on top of and they give you sick now. So you know they feel me now. I give you great light to tire. I'm a killer babu. Shabby man of babu. I go shoot my shot to your choro. Such a baby, take my number. Only you can call me later. Me, much I really need you. I pray for the day when I can finally kiss you. You know, say every day I pray for you. Oh, in my heart, so there's a permanent place for you. That's why my heart seat every light to get. Cause now you are so good. Are your baby, are your baby. I sing for you and I'm alive. Baby, now you are the pico. Are your baby, are your baby. Oh, baby, oh. See, I may not give the world to you, but I give you what I have. Oh, baby, oh. You are my Angelina. I sing for you and I belong. Baby, now you are the pico. Only for you and I belong. Baby, now you are the chip, so are your baby, are your
All right, can we take it down a bit? Just a bit. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now you understand why people spray money in parties. It's because of excess coral. People just bring out money and spray. Please, once again, let's appreciate them. They've been doing an amazing job. Let's put our hands together for Alexis Coral. Fantastic work you guys have been doing. I just want to announce that our tea break is over officially, but we'll give 60 seconds or 120 seconds, 2 minutes grace time for people to come back inside. So if you're outside, kindly come inside. Tea break is over, so we can continue with the business of the day. We promise that there's lunch afterwards. So just round up with your tea and let's come back inside to continue the business of the day. So we have 100 seconds to go. That's just about 1 minute and 40 seconds for everyone to come back inside. So ushers, please help us announce outside that tea break is over and would like to commence or at least continue with the business of the day. Thank you very much. Alexis, take our money away. Sorry, take it away, not our money. Take it away. Thank you.
You and I will leave us more. You and I will leave us more. You and I, you and I, you and I will leave us more. Eba will let to war. Eba will let to war. Eba will let to yakana cho. Eba will let to war. Eba will let to war. Eba will let to war. Eba will let to yakana cho. Eba will let to war. Eba will let to war. Eba will let to war. Eba will let to yakana cho. Will let to war. Will let to war. Will let to war. Eba will let to yakana cho. Will let to war. Will let to war. Will let to war. Eba will let to yakana cho. Will let to war. Will let to war. Will let to war. Eba will let to yakana cho. Nigeria go survive, Africa go survive, my people go survive, oh, Nigeria go survive. Nigeria go survive, Africa go survive, my people go survive, oh, Nigeria go survive. Nigeria, Nigeria, we stand as one. Nigeria, Nigeria, we stand as one. We stand as one. Nigeria can survive, Africa can survive, my people can survive, oh, Nigeria can survive. Nigeria can survive, Africa can survive, my people can survive, oh, Nigeria can survive. Nigeria, Nigeria, we stand as one. Nigeria, Nigeria, we stand as one. We stand as one. Hey, Joromi, 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 oh, Joromi, Joro. Joromi, 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 oh, Joromi, Joro.
see you guys are having a great time. And that's what you expect from the Gender and Inclusion Summit. Ensure that we touch on everything. We're including every bit of everything in this. So it's not just conversations, innovations, ideas. We also have entertainment, music. So I know you guys won't get tired of this, but let's put our hands together for Alexis Coral. Thank you very much. So we can continue with the business of the day. I imagine that we've had something, but for those who did not get their tea, a band has been given to you, so not to worry, we'll get you packages just so that you are not left out. You know, we're big on inclusion, right? And it also means food. So we're gonna move on now. Because of time, we'll do everything as fast as possible. And if you check your program, you'll see that it's time for oral presentation. It's a 3-minute research presentation. So if I have your attention, I would like to bring to the podium Dr. Michael Kunuji for this oral presentation. He will lead us through what we're expecting. So please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Michael Kunuji as he steps on stage. This is very important, and I want all of us to pay attention. Thank you very much. Dr. Kunuji, over to you now. You can invite others.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, Dr. Bukola Judge, please come to the stage. Dr. Chasson Makinde, please come over quickly. Maya Kwadeniran. And these are the panelists on this session. We will be inviting the presenters. So for the Gender Summit this year, we called for abstracts, submissions from researchers, from activists, from advocates, people working in the area of gender and inclusion. And we had a total of 100 submissions, first 66, then another 34. And those abstracts were assessed, and so we have 10. And today we will take 3 of the 10 best abstracts submitted to this year's summit. So I'll call on the presenters, and each of them will have, so this is the first of 3 sessions. We'll have another 2 sessions tomorrow. Today, we will have Precious Ugochukwu, and because we're dealing with the last 10, we know that all these people are champions, they are winners. And so please, as they come to the stage, let us appreciate them. Precious Ugochukwu, please come forward quickly, and let us appreciate him. And please let them sit. Let's call all of them to the high table. They should sit down. Please sit. Oladuni Adenuga. Sorry, where is Precious? Oh, okay. Okay, are those the seats for you or the ones? They can sit anywhere, but be close to us. Okay. And Helen Omason Okotie. Okay, thank you. Please, let's appreciate her. So each presenter will have 3 minutes for their presentation. So I'll call on Precious Ugochukwu to start. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly permit me to
Please
stand.
halt. The timer, please. Let's start that again. 3 minutes. Yes. Okay, start.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm presenting a paper titled Mapping School Insecurity in Nigeria and Addressing Educational Inequity and Enhancing Opportunities for Girls. It is no longer news that Nigeria's insecurity over the past decade, particularly in northern region, has led to the frequent adoption of girls, particularly girls in our schools. By 2024, this year, more than 600 schools have closed due to these security threats, worsening educational disparity and increasing the number of out-of-school children in the north. In the course of this work, we used mixed method approach to gather data, which included media monitoring of newspaper report from 2014 up to this year, and also research reviews from organizations like UN Women and UNICEF, analyzing data, educational vulnerabilities and security challenges, and evaluating government and non-governmental organization responses such as the Safe School Initiative and Agile Project, which led to this result. Since 2024 till date, over 1,730 children, including 800 girls, have been abducted in northern Nigeria alone. I mean, this is amazing, resulting in the closure of 723 schools across 9 states. This has worsened educational disparities, leaving over 8 million children out of school. Now, despite government and international efforts, significant gaps persist in ensuring the safety and education of students in the region. Now, here is what we recommend. Enhance multi-sectoral coordination, 1. Implement school-based risk identification, 2. Ensure continuity of learning in case of migration. Expand gender-responsive measures, and finally, foster strategic partnership. In conclusion, school insecurity in northern Nigeria severely undermines educational equity, especially for girls. It is true that despite various interventions, substantial gaps persist, highlighting the need for stronger and more coordinated effort to create safer learning environment. Now, addressing these challenges is essential for ensuring equal access to education and fostering a more equitable and prosperous future for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now, Oladuni Adenuga.
Good afternoon. My name is Oladuni Adenuga, and I'm here to present an abstract titled From Pockets to Clicks, the Influence of Wealth Status on Gender Digital Literacy Gaps in Edo State. It's the information era, and you and I present in this room are reportedly the most digitally advanced humans to have ever walked on the surface of the earth. However, despite these advancements, there are still huge gaps, especially in terms of digital literacy. For instance, let's take a walk down memory lane, back to 2020 in the COVID-19 era, when we had to join church service and classes online. Some people were able to adjust seamlessly while some other people struggled. I have been in classes where lecturer had to consistently interrupt the class to say things like, "Sholakwe, mute your mic. We don't have to know if you're having rice or noodles for breakfast." I'm sure you have also experienced stories like this, and this is one out of many examples showing that there are gaps in digital literacy. So how did we try to address this? We had a study in Edo State that tried to provide insights into the gender and wealth dimensions of digital literacy to inform digital interventions in Edo State. This abstract is drawn from a larger mixed methods study that is, like I said, aimed at understanding perspectives regarding digital transformation. And we collected data from 7,220 citizens across 18 local governments of Edo State. And we analyzed the data using descriptive statistics, logistic regression, and blinder Osaka decomposition analysis. And from this analysis, we found that 63.5% of those with poor digital literacy skills are women, and men are 96.3% more likely to have digital literacy than women. In addition, the blinder Osaka decomposition analysis also further confirmed the gender disparity that we observed. Wealth was also found to be a significant contributor to this disparity. In conclusion, our study showed that there's a clear gender gap in digital literacy, and this is made worse by wealth differences, which means people with higher wealth status are more likely to have higher digital literacy skills. And as a result of this, it is crucial to acknowledge the complex and intersecting barriers that hinder digital readiness and to develop comprehensive strategies that address key challenges, such as low economic status, in order to ensure equitable access to digital technology all across Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Okotie.
All protocols duly observed. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helen Okotie from Sahel Consulting, and I'm making a presentation on the impact of Village Saving and Loan Association on women's economic empowerment in Adamawa State, a case study of the Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria program. By way of introduction, in many parts of Nigeria, women dairy farmers are faced with significant challenges, such as access to financial institution, access to credit, among others. The program helps to address these challenges that the farmers in the communities have. And this program has 6 components for which we are going to be dwelling on: the farmer organization and the financial inclusion component. We have over 63,000 farmers across 7 states in Nigeria. The objective of this study was to showcase how implementing a VSLA methodology can improve saving culture, financial services, and impact on the economic empowerment of women dairy farmers in Adamawa State. The methodology was collected using both primary and secondary data. Qualitative technique was employed, and we also used administrative data on annual savings, loans, social funds, and training from the Self-Help Group Management Information System. The study population was dairy women farmers in Adamawa State who used the VSLA methodology. For results, in terms of demographics, we have over 14,000 farmers in Adamawa State spread across 13 local government areas of the state, with 45% women inclusion and 97 of these women of the reproductive age. For the savings activity by this women group, we noticed an increment in the amounts being saved by women as the year went by, and this could be attributed to the self-help group providing social platforms and opportunities for smallholder farmers to save regularly. For insurance, as members built trust and strengthened their relationship over time, they were able to contribute regularly to their social fund pots, leading to an increased amount in the social fund as the year went. And for access to credit, over the years, we noticed that there was an increment in the amount of loans being assessed by women. And these loans were used to purchase farm inputs, to start up income-generating activities, and also to expand existing business. One of such is a testimonial from a farmer at Adamawa State, Ribadu Women Self-Help Group, who said that as being a beneficiary of the program, she was able to learn the habit of saving and also got money to start up business to support her family. In conclusion, many women have attested to the positive impact of VSLA, citing improved incomes and living conditions. Given the significant role that VSLA plays in women economic empowerment, it is imperative that more organizations to embrace the concept across various value chains,
Time up.
thereby contributing to poverty alleviation. Thank you.
So on that note, we bring this session to a close. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for them. Stuck to time. I really like that. Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Kunuji, and other people who presented this one. And it shows how and why data is important to whatever work we're doing, whatever conversation we're having. We need to have the data, and they've done a yeoman's job. Thank you once again. Well, it's time for our second plenary, Plenary 2. And this plenary is on unpacking access to essential tools and services for women's economic empowerment, collaborating for sustainable outcomes. I'll now welcome to the podium the moderator for this plenary, Emezino Daniel Afiegbe. Of course, you all know him as Zeno. He's a gender center, or from a gender center for excellence, EFNA. Did I get that well?
Close.
Close. So help me. What's the right way?
EFINA, which is Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access. But the name was fine.
So just as it is spelled, EFINA?
Yes.
All right, please let's put our hands together for him from EFINA. It's all yours now, sir.
Thank you. So you have just... Yes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would just like to start with a remark which was shared earlier on by one of our facilitators, in fact, the speaker at the keynote, and that was Greta Bull. And it's a remark that we really identify with, which is, when we empower women, we empower communities. So my name is Zeno Afiegbe, and I'm with the Gender Center for Excellence with EFINA. And of course, the Gender Center for Excellence has been set up, and with support from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, to be the repository of all information and resources that can help all of us move to tangible, implementable outcomes that can be replicated at scale. So we have a very exciting theme today for this panel discussion. And one of the things which we are going to reference in the panel discussion is one of the resources in the Gender Center for Excellence, which is anchored from the biannual Access to Financial Services 2023 report that EFINA published recently. And this is going to focus on women's economic empowerment. So we're going to see some excerpts from that in the discussion and see some practical insights that we all can take as we go back to our respective communities. So it's my pleasure to invite to the stage here with me the experts that are going to share some very beneficial thoughts on the theme. And before inviting them, I just want to reemphasize the theme, because this is related to tools we can use. The theme is unpacking access to essential tools and services for women's economic empowerment, collaborating for sustainable outcomes. Now let us meet our panelists. And I'd like to first of all invite Dr. Sophie Mills. Dr. Sophie Mills, she is the FSD Network Gender Lead, and she currently leads the FSD Network's collaborative program on gender. Dr. Sophie Mills, you're welcome. Next, I'm delighted to invite to the stage Dr. Fidelis Chinonso Egemba, otherwise known as the Aproko Doctor. So from the excitement in the audience, he is somebody that we all know very well. Next, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Friday Wokolo, who is representing the financial services ecosystem, to give us that perspective. From FCMB, an institution that is really focused on tangible, practical solutions for women's inclusion. Then I have the delight to invite also to the stage Yetunde Fatogun from the World Bank, so we can get that perspective of a very special project that has been implemented in Nigeria. It's ongoing right now and was mentioned earlier on today. And last but definitely not the least, to join us here on stage, I am delighted to invite Aisha Hadeja from Sahel Consulting, as we focus on looking at a critical area that affects women's financial inclusion, which has to do with agriculture. So now that I have my panelists here with me, we can now commence the conversation. I was almost being excluded there, but now I feel fully included. So you're all welcome to the conversation today. We have a very distinguished panel that would give us diverse perspectives, because we're talking about how we can make tools available to all the women who want to get formally included. So as I had mentioned earlier on, there is a report which we can have access to that has a lot of insights. So you would notice in some of the questions I'll be asked, we'll make reference to the report. Now that report, which is the Women's Economic Empowerment Report, based on the Access to Financial Services 2023 survey, can be found on our website. And we'll talk more about that so that we all can have access to download the report and start using it to benefit from the insights. So right away, let's begin the conversation. And we are going to make reference to this report and ask, first of all, Aisha this question. And basically, it's with regard to the insights from the Women's Economic Empowerment Report. One thing we found out was that individuals employed in non-farming activities outside of agriculture, individuals outside of agriculture are more likely to be formally financially included than dependents. And the opposite is the case in farming. In other words, within the agriculture space, the inclusion is less. So the question is, based on these findings, what are some unique challenges that you have observed women farmers face with regard to accessing financial services?
Thank you, Zeno. And indeed, financial services is one of the linchpins for success in the food and nutrition sector. However, a lot of our women smallholder farmers have no idea what is available out there for them to access. Access to information is a problem. And this is, in the format the information is designed, how it is being disseminated, and how it's reaching people. Did you know that only about 30% of women in agriculture actually access internet services? That's crazy. But here we are. And then we have heard from one of the panelists, women, there's a little bit of undertones of mistrust when it comes to the financial sector. So women are leaning more towards informal sector, VSLAs, village loans, and associations and all that. So that, I would say, is some of the challenges, in addition to other social and economic issues.
Thank you for giving us that perspective, because it's very important for us to be aware of what they are lacking, which now encourages that lack of access, that exclusion. Okay, let's pivot now. Since we're talking about resources or tools that women can use, even women in agric, let's go to the banking sector to ask this question with regard to barriers. So Friday, given the significant barriers women face, they are reliant heavily on informal financial systems, how can we innovate in order to provide more accessible and inclusive financial services, particularly for women in the rural, remote areas?
All right, thank you, Zeno. So you see, innovation doesn't have to be expensive. And it's not all the time that innovation has to be driven with technology, especially when it has to deal with rural settings, right? So I would speak particularly to what we do at FCMB. I recall that some years back when we wanted to set up the microfinance business within the financial inclusion group of the bank, we relocated the whole team to Ibadan, or your state. And during one of my visits to, Okeogun area, Lalate particularly, I met a woman and, we struck up a conversation around what kind of products would work for them. And she told me about their community adashi, or what you call ajo. And, that formed the nucleus of the first product that we designed for our women. And we called it at that time the Go Better product. It was basically a cluster approach or group lending methodology, which brought women together and brought them together in groups and gave them access to financial services. But we went a step further to bring in add-ons. So for instance, we know that they like to be chatty, they want to understand or share notes around what happens in their various families. So we brought in financial literacy as part of, an add-on for this set of women. So innovation is critical to what we do at FCMB, and it doesn't have to really be expensive.
Thank you very much. So affordability is something which we should bear in mind when it comes to making sure that financial services are accessible to the women we want to include into formal financial services and give them economic empowerment. Now let's go to the health component, because if a woman is not healthy, she can't do any business, she can't access any financial services. So I'd like to go to Dr. Egemba to ask this question with regard to the perspective from health when it comes to the tools that we need to develop. So women have a number of vulnerabilities that affect their economic empowerment, especially when suddenly they have to pay for emergencies, health emergencies. So the question is, how can the government, in collaboration with the private and civil society sectors, increase enrollment in social protection programs, such as the NHIS, in order to mitigate these emergencies?
I think before we start, we need to first of all understand that most people are just one disease away from poverty, right? And especially, vulnerable populations. If we are going to make any headway when it has to do with, addressing these vulnerabilities, collaboration is important, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. On the government part, there are a couple of things that can be done. And if we start from the foundation, one of the first things that need to be done is education. That's targeted awareness towards these women in their different communities. From my own experience, I've always found out that women are more receptive of healthcare, right, than men. And so targeted awareness to these populations can actually help them be aware of it, which will now increase how much uptake is there. Secondly, we also need to look at how we can simplify the enrollment process and not make it very cumbersome so that it's easily, taken up. Another thing that we also need to do, which seems to be the elephant in the room, is that we need to increase funding for the NHIS, especially if you're talking about female-related problems, women-related problems, because if the funding is not there and they need to assess these programs, then it looks like the program itself is lost. So if we can increase funding specifically for female-related problems, then we should be able to make headway. Thank you.
Very good. This is a really critical point, particularly for the public sector to pay attention to, in order to provide that buffer and make it possible for women to have access to the kind of health care that will address their needs. Now, with regard to women being able to benefit or have access to the tools that will draw them out from poverty that was mentioned by Dr. Ogemba, and also have that economic inclusion, there is this successful project we mentioned earlier on, which would have some very good learnings for us, and that's why we're going to Yetunde Fatogun to talk a bit about that particular program, which is ongoing, and let's see what lessons we can learn from that. So, Yetunde, the question to you is, when we looked at our Access to Finance Women's Economic Empowerment report, we learned that informal groups, like the one in the project that you're driving, they have given us the feedback of when there is more income coming into their own respective households, they feel more financially included. So based on what you have gone through with the Nigeria for Women project, can you corroborate, can you support that finding?
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone, once again. I think, first of all, I'd just like to give a brief background about the Nigeria for Women project, because I don't want to assume everybody knows what the project is about. But Nigeria for Women project is the first flagship and the largest women economic empowerment project across in Africa, being supported by the World Bank in collaboration with the government of Nigeria. First of all, we recognize that for women economic empowerment, it's important to know that it's not a short-term thing. It takes medium to long-term approaches, so we have to be very patient. It's not like, building a road or building a health facility. And we also need to understand that there are other sectors, and it's important that other sectors are involved in terms of implementation. What the project leverages on is a form of what we call, and I know some people had mentioned the VSLAs this afternoon. It's a variation of what we call the self-help groups, where women come together. First of all, come together to build the social capital before even the economic capital. The project started as a pilot in 6 states across the geopolitical zones to ensure that we are looking at all the different areas that women face challenges. I was having a conversation with someone this afternoon. You can have the best strategies, but I'm telling you that culture, or just a partner or a husband saying, "Madam, you cannot go for this meeting," whatever thing you've put in a report or a strategy document or an appraisal document will not move forward if she's not allowed to even step out of her house. So the project recognizes that for women to be empowered, there are different issues. My co-panelist here mentioned things around knowledge, access to capital, access to market, but there are also some other critical things. The institutions, traditional institutions, the religious institutions, the family, the in-laws, the norms that are also very important. So the project also tries to approach it with these different components: building social capital, influencing social norms, giving them access by making them form the social capital before they become the women affinity groups, and that is where they get the economic empowerment and the economic capital. They come together, they save together, they interloan among themselves, and normally these are women that banks would not even look at. Oh, these women are in the rural area, but you'll be amazed to know that as of June 2024, these women have saved about $3.1 million. I didn't say naira, $1 million. These are women, and just across 3 states in 22 local governments in Nigeria. And based on the success of this program, it's been scaled up to 30 states in Nigeria. If we're talking about data, and I'll just give maybe 2 examples. I'll give some from the impact evaluation, because one of the things that we're trying to do on this project is that apart from access to livelihoods, we also want to be able to show as a case study to say that based on this, if you are able to empower women, these are the gains. We've seen improvements in gender norms. Interestingly, the men are even more receptive in our impact evaluation to show that they are also amenable to their women working. And I know a lot of us generally will just think, oh, okay, maybe the men don't want their women to work. But things are changing. The economy is not even making men to only want to do the work alone. On the project, when we first of all started, only about 18% of the women, and we had about 450,000 women, had access or had bank accounts and NIN, National Identification Numbers. As of June 2024, for the pilot project, 88% of these women have access to bank accounts. We understand, and I know that, my financial inclusion gurus here will tell you that it's not just about having money in your account, but you need 50,000 in 3 days. Are you able to call for that fund? We've also used that Women Affinity platform as a platform to address other development challenges. So instead of just going to one woman to say, oh, have access, Nonso talked about, health insurance. About 32,000 women and their dependents have been linked to state health insurance on this project. You can talk about, I can go on and on and on, but I think this will just sum up. Maybe if I have some time, I can still talk about some of the successes. So barriers such as social norms, where you see a lot of women in Poda that are not allowed to be involved in an economic opportunity. Based on the support of this project, they've been able to do that, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yetunde. We can all see the passion, especially now that you're seeing outcomes, you're seeing results.
Absolutely.
And one thing which you have mentioned, which obtains within the group, is the level of awareness is raised. So I would want to touch on that, and we want to go to Sophie Mills to talk about the literacy component. So Sophie, from the perspective of, Africa-wide, the global perspective, we'd just like to find out, education, digital and financial literacy are significant, in fact, the most significant drivers of women's economic empowerment in Nigeria. This came out of the report that we published. So how can we, from your experience, enhance women's education, digital and financial literacy to ensure that they're better equipped to make informed financial decisions?
Hi, thanks, for the question. So I think it's really important to acknowledge that financial and digital literacy, broader education, these are really essential tools for engaging in a digitizing economy and a digital economy. If you don't have that, then it is very, very difficult to benefit from a digitizing economy, from new livelihoods that are opening up, or the way in which existing livelihoods are changing. But it's been really hard, I think, globally and across the continent to find a sustainable way of rolling that out. So we've seen different ways of trying to integrate that. Personally, I think it's a public good and it should be available. To be more precise for your question, we've seen some good success through national financial inclusion strategies. So where government regulators have taken on gender within financial inclusion strategies and have made the delivery of financial education a critical pillar in that. That has been really successful in reaching rural communities, for example, which might otherwise struggle to have those benefits. So the work that the FSD network has been doing with FSD Uganda, for example, we've seen some really, really strong outcomes there from government's involvement in that. I think just want to sort of caveat that it's really important that the regulator fully understands why they are doing this, that this is not just a tick the box exercise. In some cases, we've seen a little bit of perhaps a misunderstanding where in conversations with the regulator, where we've been talking about whether women are being reached with these initiatives, the regulator's been a little uncomfortable about being seen to prioritize women, which kind of suggests that they haven't completely grasped what we mean when we talk about gender and inclusion. And then the second success that we've seen has been on the supply side, where FSPs themselves have understood that if they want to market their services, their products to women, they're going to have to meet women where they are. And they're going to have to understand that some of those customer acquisition channels that work for men do not work for all women. Mm-hmm. So, what we can think about there is how FSPs build greater consumer trust. How do they protect customers. We know from research in some East African countries that a lot of women, not all women, but a lot of women are worried about fraud when they start to engage on digital channels, whereas men may be less concerned about that. So how as an FSP, how as a regulator, do you address some of those gender-specific constraints, and how do you get these touch points within the life cycle of a financial product? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. So indeed, that does make sense. The entire cycle that the woman would go through in accessing financial services, to look at how there can be more enlightenment even on issues around fraud. Because we've seen the headlines recently, and that can scare individuals and make them lower their levels of trust in the formal financial services space. So let's go back to the agri sector. And I'd like to come back to Aisha, and the question for you, connecting this question to what we just discussed about building trust for women in financial services. How can the agricultural sector work more closely with financial institutions to create tailored solutions that enhance financial inclusion for women in farming?
Right. So the reason why our smallholder women farmers gravitate towards the informal groups is because they see added value in it. From my group, I'm able to get access to finance, I'm able to get information on inputs, I meet my customers. We have to revamp our agric desk officers, FCMB, not to call, well, exactly to call you out. We have to revamp. Financial support from our institutions, commercial institutions, should not only be about financial support. It has to be a conduit where we are able to push technology adoption, which in this world now we can't do without. It also has to be able to push through access to market.
Excellent. We appreciate that. So I know Friday you would have something to say in that regard, but let's just pivot right now and move on to hear from Yetunde and what we'd like to look at. And Yetunde, we know that there is a volume of information to share and experiences, but we'll just request that you just give us a snippet, a taste, so that we can go to the World Bank for more. So the question for you is, from your perspective, what would you say is the most pressing need for women in Nigeria today, and how can the different sectors, so we have 5 different experts on the panel, how can there be collaboration to resolve those challenges?
All right, thank you very much. I think I won't say there's the most pressing. I think everything is almost becoming a state of emergency, and looking at the woman as an individual, ensuring that she has voice, she has agency, looking at the institutions at the community level, traditional rulers, religious leaders, looking at the policies that we also have, and also looking at things around financial inclusion, access to capital, access to markets, all this, access to livelihood, digitization, all these are key in terms of ensuring that we address these issues. What I would say in terms of collaboration is that, and maybe I'll just use Nigeria for Women as an example, as we scale up the project, instead of having the normal steering committees that just work in silos that are domiciled in one ministry, there's what we call a multi-coordination sector where different agencies, depending on the priorities of the state and what the women need, would be part of that committee to ensure that in terms of driving women economic empowerment agenda, we use a multi-sectoral approach to address this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So multi-sectoral approach, and then avoiding silos, and then looking at each geography, each state as unique. Yes, there are peculiarities taken into consideration. Well, let's go to Sophie. And there is something which we found out in our report, which was around the average income being earned by women. So our report revealed that the majority earn below 55,000 naira, which is now lower than the national minimum wage based on what was approved by the federal government. So how can, from your experience, women leverage their entrepreneurial spirit and also their access to mobile phones to drive sustainable economic empowerment?
Well, it's not just a woman problem, right? It's not just about how women use their phones to increase their livelihoods. I think that overall the trends that we see are really positive. Adoption of devices is higher in younger groups, so we can expect to see as over the coming years, an increasingly digitally literate population that is very able to engage with those tools. But I want to make the point that a mobile phone, a cell phone, digital channels are just a conduit to a financial service or some other kind of service, and whether that service is appropriate for their needs is actually what matters. And what we see in the work that we do across the network is that very often, no, it actually isn't, meeting women where they are, as I said in my last answer. So we're interested in making sure that finance is available so that women can exercise choices in their lives, financial and non-financial choices, and also make business decisions. So in order to get there, what we've been testing is a lot of gender intelligent product design. So working with financial institutions and with regulators, because the regulators need to be on board, to really understand specific women client segments and what do they need, which value chains are they working in, what kind of cycle of working capital do they require. And the phone is just a conduit to that. I give you an example, a couple of examples. Collateral is a huge issue, as we know. A lot of women across the continent, we've been doing research in East Africa, in Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. We know that the majority of retail banks want collateral. They're doing collateral-based lending. We also know that due to normative reasons, it is very difficult for women to own land, to own assets. So immediately there is a contradiction between the product offering and what a large section of the population is able to provide. But we know as well that women are using their phones to transact. So we're exploring how do you use transactional data to provide alternative credit scoring so that you don't have to rely on traditional collateral, for example. But that requires FSPs to make the investment, and it requires regulators to be comfortable with that kind of product. I think we're also just touching on some work that we're doing in Mozambique with FSD Mozambique, which has really been around understanding a female client. And an urban woman, a rural woman, they have very different experiences. We know even within one country the geographical differences that we can see. So it's not straightforward enough to say we're going to design for women. We have to say which women are we designing for and do we actually understand them. At that point, the digital device becomes useful because it is linked to a product. And this is not just about finance. We see this for health as well. I also want to make the point that I think that there is a great deal of work that needs to be done still around understanding women's life cycle needs and how this provides a lot of opportunity for financial service providers as well. I know that there are discussions over the next couple of days around health. And I think there's some really interesting developments at the moment in linking digital, finance, and healthcare. And then I just want to sort of make the final point that this isn't a woman problem, this is a gender problem. There are a number of instances in which we see normative constraints. I think we need to reflect on the way in which we raise our sons and our daughters, because if a daughter is raised not to think about how to invest her money, not about how to start a business, not about her savings, but if her brother is raised that way, then obviously the way that they interact with financial institutions, the way that they interact as business people is going to be very different. So I think understanding that normative and cultural context in our societies is also really key to making sure that women are able to actually harness all these tools that we're making available to them.
All right, thank you so much, Sophie. A word you use, which is understanding. So understanding women's life cycle needs. But let's go to understanding their health needs. So let's move on to Dr. Egemba. And the question, we'll just love you to give us your response as concisely as you can, which is, given your background in the health sector, how does access to reproductive health services, including family planning and maternal care, influence women's economic empowerment in Nigeria? Would love to hear from you on that.
I think, first of all, we need to understand that the lack of access itself can severely impact a woman's life. Because when we look at the global burden of disease, for instance, 1/3 of it amongst women of reproductive age are reproductive issues, reproductive health issues. And that has to take center stage when we are forming national economic development policies, for instance. It has to take center stage. It has to be a form of priority. Because even if we look at the economic returns, so to speak, according to Family Planning 2030, states that every $1 invested in reproductive health actually gives you back $120. So that should be enough reason, because if a woman can make decisions about her own reproductive health care, then it's easier for her to make decisions about her career, easier for her to make decisions about her life, easier for her to make decisions even about the size of a family. So family planning, for instance, right? Reproductive health issues, for instance, issues that are specific to women. When we're developing economic policies, it has to be part of the things that are looked at as a matter of, that. And then, if we're also collaborating, which is also part of what this conversation is about, so the private health sector also has to ensure that access to these particular services are easily accessible. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And so it's really important to recognize what leads to what. So reproductive health and overall health well-being being catered to would lay the groundwork for proper economic inclusion.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, to wrap up, Friday, you have a chance to respond to what was said earlier. And we'd just like to get your parting thoughts, your takeaways with regard to how we can have inclusion.
Yeah, just to respond to Dr. Aisha, partnerships and collaborations definitely help. Financial institutions can't do it alone, and that's what we've realized. So for instance, we're working with a couple of institutions to create add-ons for our customer. I'll give you an example of what happened in Ilesha. So we realized that women get some breaks in between and are unable to attend to their businesses when they are pregnant, when they put to bed, and stuff like that. So we approached Women's World Banking and Hygia and created a product that was bundled with our loans, such that when a woman goes to the hospital for medical care and stays at the hospital for days, she gets something in return. So that's an incentive for her to seek health care from the right source. This woman, was sick for like 10 days. And this is a woman who took a loan of just 50,000 naira. And for the 10 days she stayed in the hospital, she got 100,000 naira, from insurance. So this is the kind of impact that we try to create with collaborations and partnerships. And I'm sure that, financial institutions can take a cue from this in trying to support women.
Thank you very much. So we've had a very, very insightful discussion, and would want to just bear in mind some of the key points that came up. Designing for the women, taking note of affordability, recognizing cultural nuances, recognizing also that social capital begets economic capital. Governments focusing on gender and not making it a tick-the-box exercise. Meet the women where they are. Protect women against fraud in our product design, and also ensure that it's gender intelligent, understanding the women's health, understanding their life cycle needs. So I would like to say a big thank you to our esteemed group of panelists. I'd like to thank Aisha Hadeja, Dr. Egemba, the Aproko doctor, and I wish we had time so you can explain why that is the case, that lovely alias. Yetunde Fatogun, thank you so much for giving us the World Bank perspective. Sophie Mills, thank you so much for bringing us a global view as well. And Friday Wokolo, we appreciate what you are doing, setting the pace within the financial services industry about designing for and around women. And also thank you to the PIC and the NESG for making this Gender Summit possible and this conversation. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was an amazing conversation and very eye-opening. If we could just take pictures quickly. And I must just say as an aside, I noticed that Aproko doctor sat for over 40 minutes and he didn't drink water. How many of us noticed? He broke the code. Apropos, doctor, what happened? But fantastic. Thank you for the enlightenment, helping us to be aware of our health. Once again, okay, let's allow them to take the pictures. Once again, please let's put our hands together for them. Fantastic work. Okay, well, it's time for us to go for another breakout session, and I'm particularly excited about this breakout session. There are 4 different categories, which I'll reel out, but I just want to say that if you did not get food earlier on, if you didn't get tea and snacks, if you have that band, you can get your food on the way out, okay? So just head outside and get the food. And I'll announce the different sessions we'll be having, and I must tell you, looking through these sessions, I'm actually not sure which one I want to be in. Maybe I'll spend time in each of them. One is on education, food security, business case for women, and economic inclusion. So I'll just reel out the sessions just for our benefit. The first breakout session, which we'll be holding in Ballroom 4, is about getting to equal, how educating girls can help break the cycle of poverty in Nigeria. That will be holding in Ballroom 4. So if you're big on education, that is the right place for you. The other breakout session is on bridging the food security gap from the grassroots to the boardroom. We'll be holding at Obecha A and B. So if you're big on food security, that is the place to be. The third breakout session is on a business case for women in leadership, driving profitability and innovation. And that will hold at Acacia A and B. A business case for women in leadership, driving profitability and innovation. Acacia A and B. That's the venue for that. Last but not least is enhancing women's lives and livelihoods through economic inclusion. That will hold right here in the main hall. All right, so any of the sessions that catch your fancy, that you think you'd like to get ideas and maybe share ideas from, absolutely go for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, breakout session begins right away. Thank you very much. And once again, around the event, and that's exactly what we'll be doing any moment from now. Our final plenary for the day would have our traditional rulers, our fathers as we call them, converging at this point to speak about this all-important matter. So we have traditional institutions, traditional fathers and mothers joining us any moment from now. So I want us to brace up as we await the arrival of the other breakout session. So in about a minute or two, we'll get started. So just give us a few seconds as we get everybody back in for the final lap. Thank you very much for your patience. There you have our revered traditional leaders walking in. I think for this very important moment, I'd like to call to the stage LXS to please help us out. For the next 2 minutes, we'd like to listen to your heavenly sound. By the way, this is due to popular demand. Okay, this is not me. I don't have a hand in it. So let's welcome LXS Chorals as they do what they know to do best. Give us some beautiful heavenly music. Let's put our hands together for them, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can we sing that last part? How many of us know that classic? Do you want to try it? All right. I'm not going to sing here. You guys will do the singing, all right? But I'll direct you. Are you ready? So we'll take In My Coat of Many Colors that my mama gave to me. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go. In my
mama made for me, made just for me.
All right, fine. Show off. Let's put our hands together for them. Fantastic work. Absolutely. Well, it is my honor now to welcome and recognize the presence of very revered guests. And I'll begin in no particular order. First, His Royal Highness, Dr. Haliru Ndenusa, CFR, Emir of Shonga. Please, let's put our hands together for him. He's right here with us. He has graced this occasion with his presence. We also have in our midst His Royal Highness, Dr. Jacob Adetayo Hastrop, FCIPM, FNIPR, FHAN, FITD, JP, the Olumobi of Imobi Ijesha. Please let's welcome him. We also have here with us Olori Atuwase III, the Queen Consort of Warri. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her an Abuja, Lagos, Nigeria welcome here today. Also with us is Sheikh Mohammed Nuruddin Lemu, who's a Director, Development Initiative of West Africa, DIWA. You're welcome, sir. And Father Atta Barkindo is Executive Director, the Kuka Center Foundation. Father Barkindo, you're welcome as well. Also in our midst is a Program Manager, Ford Foundation, Joy Ehino Esezobor. You're welcome. As well as Anita Kemi da Silva Ibru, who's a founder of Women at Risk International Foundation, WARIF. You're welcome as well. Well, this is the climax of the event. So I'd like us to brace up for this next plenary. It's actually the final plenary for the day. And I just, I gave that saying earlier on that my people always say the biggest masquerades always show up at the end. And that's exactly what we're doing this afternoon. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for plenary 3. And it's on what is a role of religious and traditional leaders in GBV interventions that promote equity and address poverty. Well, this plenary will be moderated by Anita Kemi da Silva Ibru, founder of Women at Risk International Foundation. So let's put our hands together for her as she comes to the podium. But we'd like to do some context setting to begin with, so we'll understand why this conversation is important. It's over there, ma'am. Yes, please. Thank you very much. And to do that for us is the Program Manager, Ford Foundation, Joy Ehino Esezobor. Please let's put our hands together for her as she comes to set the context for this all-important conversation. Please let's keep clapping until she gets here. Thank you very much.
Good evening or good afternoon, everybody. I would like to stand on existing protocols. And I want to make you a promise that I will not take more than 3 minutes. I know everybody is tired and you want to go. My name is Joy Ehino Esezobor, and I'm the Program Manager at Ford Foundation. Ford Foundation has one regional office in West Africa and it's in Lagos. I liked the song that, that was played before this session began, The Coat of Many Colors. It sits very deep with me because it has a lot of meaning. And because we are talking about women and girls, it's very, very important, and that song was very timely. To explore the roles of religious and traditional leaders in GBV intervention, GBV is gender-based violence, that effectively promotes equity and address poverty, which is what the panel is going to talk about in the next few minutes. It's very important that we set some context. And I'm going to do that and also talk a bit about the Ford Foundation and the work we are doing about preventing gender-based violence in West Africa. As we all know, Nigeria has very rich culture. We are a people of faith, and we're people of faith, and our religion is very diverse. Our traditional rulers play very key and influential roles in our communities. This influence could be either positive or negative, depending on how it is channeled. Their stance on gender roles and relationships can either perpetuate gender-based violence or help challenge and transform harmful norms. The key word here is shift. A shift in those who have power, as well as a shift in those who hold powers in communities. GBV is any harmful act, as we know, that is directed at an individual based on their gender. It is rooted in gender inequality and power imbalance, which result in physical, emotional, and economic harm to victims. This act often disproportionately affects women and girls. In 2018, data shows that from Nigeria Population Commission that 31% of women and girls in Nigeria reported that they have experienced sexual or physical violence at one point or the other in their lives. Is this fair? Is this equitable? Of course it is not. For the purpose of equity, we see it as involving fair treatment, opportunities, and advancement to all people while striving to identify and eliminate barriers that prevent full participation of some groups, particularly women. GBV is widespread across the country, constituting major hindrance to women and girls' agency and development. Violence does not just happen. We believe that violence is learned. I was in the education breakout session, and they were talking about how the rate of dropout of some young people from schools. And I thought to myself that the way young men are socialized play a key role in how they understand their perceptions in relationships, as well as how that is carried forward into marriages. How does this link to poverty? We know that GBV on its own exposes and exacerbates GBV by increasing vulnerabilities and limiting access to resources, education, and support system. In turn, GBV can also entrench poverty by diminishing victims' ability to participate in economic and social life. Women in rural and undeserved communities are particularly at the receiving end. When you throw in other marginalized identities, such as women living with disability, the consequences are higher. So what are the roles of traditional rulers in all of this? Religious and cultural leaders play a very crucial role in contributing to social norm change in our society. As custodians of our customary laws, we see our leaders of faith as important in implementing laws guiding our women. They serve as moral compasses within our communities, providing guidance based on religious texts, tradition, and cultural practices. They are important contributors to implementing laws and policies that are related to preventing and ending gender-based violence. It is sad when domestic violence is passed off as a family matter or a minor offense. Our traditional rulers can also use their influence to advocate for better policies and push its implementation both at the local and national level to protect victims and promote gender equity. The Ford Foundation recognizes this, and that is why we are investing in making these shifts in our approach to addressing gender-based violence. The shift we are moving forward, our focus is moving towards prevention. We believe that our approach is not reactive but proactive. We will rather that the violence don't happen at all than spending money to respond to violence. And we cannot do this on our own, irrespective of the resources that we have available. Other sessions have talked about multi-stakeholder approaches to addressing different issues, and we think that multi-stakeholder approach in addressing GBV is very key. We have funded women's rights groups, feminist groups, and even government agencies like the Ministry of Women Affairs, NAPTIP, and a number of others. We've also worked extensively with the UN Women. And these groups have, done amazing work, including, civil society organizations. They've done amazing work in either response and in trying to prevent GBV. But this effort, we recognize this effort, but we see that GBV cases are increasing continuously. An example is during the COVID-19 lockdown, we saw a spike in the increase of gender-based and intimate partner violence. And the Ford Foundation is thinking that the issue is about shift in attitudes. We want to get to a point where people know that it is wrong for you to beat your wife. It is wrong for you to emotionally abuse a woman. We've seen high-flying women, strong women in the corporate sector that have been beaten down because of intimate partner violence. And it is also important for young boys in secondary schools, young boys on the streets, young boys in the markets to know that it is wrong to grab, it is wrong to talk down on a woman. So Ford started this major shift, and we are thinking of, we looked back and saw how much we have invested, and we feel that we need to, take a dive back and try to address the root cause, those systemic issues and barriers that, undermine women in general. And that's where our traditional rulers, come in. They are a very strong voice, and they are the only ones that we think can make that shift happen. So I know that everybody is tired. I will just end here, and I know that the panel is, made up of very strong people with various years of experience in this, and I'm handing over back to Kemi to introduce the panelists and take this conversation forward. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Joy. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting. We always say, what? We keep the best for the last. And this indeed is one of the most amazing panels that I have been privileged to moderate. I'm going to very quickly piggyback on Joy. We know Africa is the poorest continent in the world. We also know that the largest marginalized groups of poor people are found on the African continent. It is said that 429 million Africans live in poverty, and 87 million of those are in Nigeria. The reasons why is not why we're here, but the reason we're here is to try and understand this through the lens of gender. As Joy rightly said, gender-based violence is a pervasive issue that we are all familiar with. Most of us will probably know that it affects 1 in 4 girls before the age of 18 in Nigeria. And we also all recognize that it affects us not just morally, not just emotionally, but also economically. We know, for instance, that $8.8 billion is lost in our GDP because of gender-based violence. So how do we solve this issue? How do we look at this issue through the lens of solutions? In other words, how do we solve the problems of the world? How do we solve the problems of women? And I am thrilled to announce that I have with me the group of amazing, wonderful individuals, both traditional and religious leaders, to do just that. I'm going to start by welcoming the only female leader on the panel. First, Her Royal Highness Olori Atuwase III, the Queen Consort of Warri Kingdom. It's a pleasure to have you.
I see. Okay, thank you.
I would also like to welcome His Royal Highness Dr. Jacob Adetayo Hastrop, the Olumobi of Imobi Ijesha. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. I'd like to welcome His Royal Highness Dr. Haliru Indanusa, the Emir of Shonga. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Please allow me to welcome Right. So, are you sure? Sheikh Mohammed Nuruddin Lemu, Director of the Development Initiative of West Africa. Thank you so much for coming, Sheikh. And last but not least, Father Atta Barkedo, the Executive Director of the Kudo Center. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. I'm going to very quickly jump into the questions because I know that we've all been anxiously waiting and excited about this prospect. I want to start by saying that the intersection between poverty and gender-based violence may seem like a very clear line to most of us, especially when we look through the lens of gender inequality and equity. But then we struggle because, in spite of that, we're not moving forward in terms of our solution, and we're not closing the gap. And so this particular intersection is what I would like for you, Olori, to start us off with. I would like for you to give us your unique perspective on this intersection between poverty and gender-based violence, the fact that it is a very sensitive topic, and how you view this through the lens of the work that you do and the position that you hold in your community.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I think you said it rightly when you said that the intersection of where poverty meets GBV, you could find like very direct correlation between the two. However, and that is right to an extent, but I do believe that GBV is based on, and maybe I would say, a poverty mindset more than economic poverty. I've come to see that whilst, yes, GBV is experienced in more impoverished communities, it's still experienced across communities that are more well-to-do. As a wife of a traditional ruler and one that holds a lot of, I suppose, interacts with women daily, I've come to see across different strata within our communities. And yes, the majority of our communities are impoverished, but I've come to see that it's the view of women more than the size of the pocket that actually contributes to gender-based violence. It's how we perceive women more than the economic situation of the men that actually contributes to gender-based violence.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to turn my attention now to Your Royal Highness, Dr. Hastrop. I'm sure in Osun State, like most communities, there are well-established traditional governance. And I'm sure that these laid out structures you uphold as your community does. I would like to understand, and I would be grateful if you could share your experience in how you integrate these traditional governance structures with gender concepts, and perhaps how you are able to align the two, given that you're serving a community that perhaps may have challenges when they try and align those two different concepts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. Good day, everyone here, all the panelists. The issue of governance structure in traditional institutions is also against GBV, because it's the chiefs. The Council of Traditional Institutions is highly dominated by men. In our area, the only woman that we have in the governance of traditional structure is the head of the woman. We call the Yalode or the Yellow Bearing, the head of the woman. But from my experience, I know that we can't have just one woman in the structure of traditional institutions.
So if we are talking about women empowerment, women issues, girls and other things, how will just one person, out of about 10 chiefs, and when the king sits in council, you just have only one woman. And so what would she say? How would she make contribution to help women and girls? So what I'm pitching and what I'm campaigning and what I've done in my own area is to say that, look, we have the head of the woman, we call that one Yalobini. We also have the head of the market woman, we call her Yaloja, the head of the market woman, who is also a lady. So what I did is to make sure that we bring in the Yaloja to the governance of the traditional institutions. Then also, thank you very much. What I'm also working on is that we have the youth section, we have the male youth section, we have also the female youth section. So I'm also trying to ask the lady who is the head of the youth section and the male who is the head of the male youth section to please come and join the the traditional council to sit in council with us. So that, thank you. So that generally, we have the women, but 2 of them, but 3 of them now, who can make contributions when we sit in council. We have the young guy there, because I used to tell them, these youths, if we don't manage them very well, they can drive all of us away from this place. So the best thing is to carry them along in whatever we're doing. So the era, I say, the traditional institutions now is blessed with educated, exposed, advanced men, My daddy here is a medical doctor, and he's a traditional ruler. I also have a PhD, so we're all exposed. So we are the one campaigning against this change. And the change we're campaigning against must encourage the involvement of women, girls, and the male youths. I think I can stop there because of others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure we're all very excited to hear about the changes that will be made in the governance structure soon in Osun State. Your Royal Highness, Dr. Ndenusa, I'm going to continue in that line of questioning. I'm going to say that at WARIF, my organization, as I shared with you earlier, we work with a lot of traditional leaders, and we see the positive impact that this has, especially on the empowerment of women in these communities. I'll be grateful if you could share with us a few lessons that you would have from Ilorin working in these spaces with these communities and the women that are in these communities, and to see and share with us, how do you walk that fine line between being that revered traditional leader, but also impacting in your community by empowering the women?
Good afternoon, everyone. I was thinking of the 3 minutes of Joy had, and so I know that if I'm asked to speak for 3 minutes, I can have 6. However, let's be very brief. I think I might go a bit backwards. The traditional institution is amorphous, and since you're all program people looking for how to implement issues, let me start from that point. There are 2 basic, 2 extremes. There's a hierarchical system. Oh, I'm sorry about this. Okay. There's a hierarchical system of layers of paramount, sub-chiefs, to get to community level. So it's a network, an arborization. The messages go down, can come up, and make things easy for your programs. Then there's a republican system where people are all clustered as 9 people with primus inter pares. One person becomes head, then the next old person becomes head, and so on and so forth. They have different ways of implementing programs, and they have different implications for your programs and whatever you want to do. Quite important. Now, the traditional institution is quite old, very old, and it just survives and keeps surviving. And people have actually got to a point where they forgot that asset until recently when there's a revival. I'm coming from a different angle for you, but for example, when the polio thing came, it just wouldn't go away. But it was in the communities. So then people thought, look, who is there in charge of community? Can't we use them? And that's what brought about these community-based issues of implementation of programs. And it has been effective. Polio went within 1 year, 2 years, and then dragged on. Now, in terms of women empowerment, we are the theater in which everything happens. Battering, love, whatever you want to say, child abuse, and so on and so forth. And like you said, it depends on what issue you pick. Some of us are perpetrators of the crime, and some have now gotten above that. There's now a group of, what I say, traditional leaders with progressive attitude, progressive minds. And this is a group now that is coming forward, launching a group called Kotla and so on and so forth. And everything you say about equality, we believe in it. Equality affects, if you're not equal, I mean equality in the sense of values you attribute to people because of their sex. But people have got things that are natural. You've got breasts, reproductive organ, so those things cannot be changed, they cannot be equal, they cannot be shared. But opportunities can be shared, and that's what's difficult for people to appreciate. So you have to go through that barrier of equality, saying that we're not saying you're exactly the same. You have different natural rules. But when it comes to opportunity, like for example, I had a painful experience with my macho image in class 3 primary school, no, class 5 primary school. A girl beat me and I cried. Wow, who is she? How could she? And so on and so forth. I was doing all, then that day they said, I said, it's Ojoro. But the girl was fine. She kept a very good thing throughout. In universities, we did the same thing. We met girls, I read medicine, but 5 girls in my class. And 3 were married. The 3 that were married beat the 2 that were not married, and all of them beat most of the boys. Simply put, if you give them the same opportunities, they can do as well or even better. Why deny them the opportunity? It's going to be religious factors and so on, other cultural factors. The religious man is here, is well groomed on the issue, and you'll have your good round for your money. The cultural man is here, and I'm here. And with our type of education, we would not push away. Now, empowerment takes so many forms. Allow them work, create rooms for them, like women who are in the palaces, people who listen to women when they have complaints. Through them, we get to know many things. I'm afraid I'm not answering your question, but I know where I wanted to come from, and I have just set the pace for other things I want to say. Let me stop here.
Thank
but
you
if
very
you want
much,
a specific
sir.
question, I can answer that. But
Thank you. I will say, sir, that in my time, a few years after you, we had more boys in my class, but we were still beating them in medical school.
Well done.
I would like to turn my attention to Sheikh Lemu, and I want to bring the Islamic perspective into this conversation of ours. I mean, it is clear to me that combating harmful practices such as gender-based violence, gender inequity for Sheikh Lemu is embedded in the aspect of your work, quite rightly so. And I wonder if you could help us to understand how you leverage your teachings in tackling this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, or getting close to evening to everyone. I think, in the presentation of Ms. Joy from Ford Foundation, I think she summarized some of that. I would like to say, from an Islamic perspective, God is not gendered. God is not a male. God is not female. God is not pro-men or pro-women. He is pro his creation. When the tendency for most people is to try and look at God as being like their fan, the head of their supporters club. Muslims would like to think God is a Muslim, or Christians would like to think God is a Christian. Some would like to give God ethnicity. That's how far some people go. When it comes to the subject of human beings, and this is one of the most important qualities I think we need to keep protecting as sacred, the humanity of people, irrespective of whether they are male or female, which ethnicity, which tribe, which religion, which age. The moment you're a human being, you come with a dignity that has to be respected, irrespective of your gender. And so we look at men and women as just souls that have been on. We don't put limits on God. But the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that God said, I have forbidden oppression on myself and I forbid it to you. If there is one type of prayer, Prophet Muhammad said, God will answer, and he doesn't care about the religion of the person who makes that prayer. It's what in Arabic they call dua of mazloom, the supplication and prayer of a victim of injustice. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, there is no barrier, there is no hijab between that prayer and God's response. Why? God does not tolerate injustice to any, not even to his creatures, how much less another human being. So when it comes to the subject of gender-based violence, any form of violence, abuse, verbal, financial, physical, is completely haram. Haram is the Arabic word and the Islamic legal word for being prohibited and punishable by God. Do we bring our than for us to submit to God's will? And so in response, the Islamic position is that men and women are equal in their humanity in the eyes of God, and injustice in any form should not be tolerated by God-conscious people. You love for the other what you love for yourself is not just you love for a man what you love for yourself. You love for the other human being what you love for yourself. And this is a thread across all religions. Unless you want to dilute or manipulate it to suit your own interests, then that becomes the big challenge of religious leaders, to overcome their own biases, to recognize it when it's out, and to strive towards making sure we have a more just society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So for me, I think the most important thing is recognizing that through the Islamic perspective, God is gender neutral and gender-based violence is haram. Thank you very much, Sheikh. Father Bakindo, saving the best for the last. I would like for you, please, to share with us, as an executive director of a renowned religious organization, what your view is, what the church's view is in addressing gender-based violence. I think I would like for you to explain and perhaps share with us your view through the community and how the community should view this if they were to come to the church with this issue, and perhaps share if there are any frameworks that are already available that the church leans on in addressing this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Nuruddin has spoken quite a lot, and I think the position is very, very similar to that of Christianity and the church, that we are all created in the image and the likeness of God, and therefore we are all equal, and nobody should be exploited, nobody should be abused, nobody should be terrorized, nobody, should just be dumped or marginalized or excluded. So that is very common among, most religions. But the fact is, religion itself exists within a context. And what Nuruddin and myself have expressed is the ideal. The texts are interpreted by people who live within a political situation, economic conditions, social conditions. They have interests. They align with networks, with different groups. People want to survive. People want to grow. People want to be promoted. So the temptation, therefore, to exploit our differences, ethnic, gender, political, is really always very, very high. I will give you an example. I went to Singapore, and I had to say Mass in this parish as a Catholic priest. One of the things that shocked me, and I didn't know, they call it Pet Sunday. It was a Sunday for them to bring their pets for the priest to bless. People came with snakes. People came with crocodile, with goats. I was traumatized. Really, I was traumatized. So the ideal is there. What God wants is there. God is pro his creation, as Nuruddin has said. But you and me take this context and the things that God wants, and we interpret them to a point that we go beyond just promoting even the rights of a woman or the rights of a child, including the rights of animals. And when I told them in church that these dogs you bring, we eat them in my place, they reported me to the Archbishop.
Oh dear.
You understand? I was almost stopped from conducting Sunday services. So I think that is very important. And for us at the community level and the work we do at the Kuka Center, we have recognized the capacity of religious leaders, understanding their responsibilities in preventing and combating gender-based violence. So the best we can do is to provide the training, develop the policies that are necessary to support them in preventing gender-based violence. If you look at the UN conventions and protocols and policies and frameworks that have been developed, the concentration is on the humanitarian judicial interventions. There's actually no window and no opening for what role should religious leaders and traditional rulers play. At the end of the day, on Fridays and Sundays, they have access to millions of people. Their words carry a lot. I come from Adamawa State, really at the southern part. You mentioned about 87 million people who are living in poverty in Africa. A lot of these people are living in villages and communities at the border areas and on the fringe. Nobody knows about them. And we think that as a nation we have progressed. Yes, we have. But millions of people are left behind without education, in literacy, and all these sorts of things. If you go among the Koma people, for example, you go into the village, any woman that laughs and the two incisors are not there, she's a widow. The husband has died. So the moment your husband dies, they remove the two incisors. And this is 2024. The practice is still ongoing. And we are speaking here in English. These people may not understand English, they may not even understand Hausa. But there's a particular religious and traditional belief system that is guiding them to undertake some of these interventions. So I think the point you have made is correct. We still have a lot to do. God has told us what he wants, but interpreting what God wants is done by human beings like you and me. And I think how to tackle and to end the culture of impunity will be important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have enough time for one more brief response. And in the interest of time, I think I will throw a question open and have each of you please respond. An important part of this summit is the outcome of the Purple Book, which is the advocacy document. And it's supposed to be a book on, actionable plans, recommendations, and effective strategies on advancing gender, on poverty reduction. And so I think we have here an ideal opportunity to hear from actors such as yourselves, working in communities where you already hold great spheres of influence. You are already mediators, as I had mentioned earlier, in many cases, both on a community as well as a policy level. And so what I would like to ask each of you is, how do you see yourself playing a more active role? Are there any sort of engagements and approaches that perhaps you would like to share? Are there any sort of mitigating solutions that you have found in your communities that has assisted? Perhaps even resources or lack thereof. Please share with us through your individual perspective. I would like to start again with Olori and then work my way down.
Okay, thank
to
you.
Father Bakinda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been really enriching listening to everyone. And just to say, you know, just to echo what the father said, traditional and religious leaders are not nice to have endnotes or anecdotes when it comes to the discussions on GBV. They're actually critical factors in shifting the trend of GBV in any community. And why is that? Because they're involved in shaping the identity of the people through culture, but also the belief system of the people. And so our roles cannot be underestimated or underemphasized. I've come to see, and I think I can only share my story, I think that that's the best way to see how we've actually made impact in the Warri Kingdom. We've got so many statistics on GBV. You know, they say 1 in 5 girls in Nigeria are pregnant before they're 16, and that means that they go out to school. 1 in 3 girls have, or 1 in 3 women are abused. And I guess when you come to the Warri Kingdom, or being queen over the last 3 years, I've come to see that it's actually a lot more. We suffer a pandemic of, I actually call it a pandemic of child abuse in our kingdom and child pregnancies in our kingdom. I call it child because no girl that is 13 should be pregnant. She is but a child. However, we've seen systemic rape, systemic domestic violence, and through the initiatives that we've brought in, I think the first thing that we've done is modeling. One thing that my husband did was he modeled what it was to treat a woman equally. More than the many things that we do. We've got VAP, we've got the advocacy documents. These are great things, right? But they stay here if they're not translated down to community level, and if they're not translated to the language that the people can actually understand and see and address. You can only, you know, you asked me at first, what do I think is the critical, what are the direct, what was the word you used? Intersections between GBV and I come again to say that it's the belief system. It's what you see. You can only become what you believe. And so the first thing that we've come to see in the short 3 years is modeling. When you treat women as traditional rulers, as equal to you, then the people begin to see the same thing. I've seen notable change in just 3 years alone, how the women in the Warri Kingdom have become esteemed. The other day, someone was asking me what's been our greatest, what's been my greatest achievement. I came to see that even just something as small as the chief's wives, they're called Ayojoyes, right? When I first came on, there was a group of them that wanted to come together as I guess, just as a solidarity, as a club of sorts to, you know, support where they could. But the chiefs were very much against it, and they didn't want their wives to come together because there was the belief that when you put women together, all you get is trouble. And so they came to me and said, you know, please, can you speak to Baba so that he can talk to his chiefs? And I told them, no, there's no need. Let's just start small. And I said, waiting, fine. Now them go search up, you know. This is year 1. you know, by year 2, I saw more chiefs' wives coming on at the coronation anniversary. They all bought the Ashobi and they were all coming together. And they mentioned them. After they mentioned the chiefs, they mentioned their wives. And I felt, I noticed that. But not all the chiefs' wives were on there. But I was like, okay, we're doing something. I've got more. By year 3, all the chiefs' wives, just this last coronation anniversary, all the chiefs' wives had joined the Ayojoyes, and they all came to pay homage, and they were all being recognized. And we see that from the palace, esteem is trickling out into the chiefs, and then hopefully into communities. So that's one way. Modeling is critical, because people can only see or become what they see.
Exactly.
Right? For the longest time, gender-based violence has been okay because our belief system and our culture perpetuates it. It allows it. Men are seen as almost superior to women. And the systems that are put in place, our traditional systems and our religious systems, encourage such perpetuation. We have to be honest with ourselves here. We're not just here to speak English. We're here to prefer solutions, right? And so our traditional systems must start putting their money where their mouth is by encouraging and modeling respect to women. Because when you respect your women, the men at home, the boys at home will respect their girls. That's the first thing. The second thing is we must begin to encourage economic empowerment. And this is beyond giving palliatives. It's good, it's great to give palliatives. I mean, that's nice. But they say you give a man a fish, or a woman in this case, and you feed him for a day. You teach a woman to fish. You teach her how to smoke fish, salt fish, you know, fry fish, and you feed her and her community for a lifetime. I've come to see directly through the programs that we do, you know, through the Warri Women Enterprise Fund, something that I've been doing just over the last 2 years, where we take women on and we teach them to upscale their businesses. And these are market women. These are women that are traders. These are women that are fisher women, you know, as grassroots as you get. And we come to them at community level and we teach them how to upscale their businesses. We also speak to the heart of the women. We give them a safe space to discuss the issues at home. Initially, it was really tough. There was a lady that, at our just concluded, one of our programs that we just included called Establish Her, there was a lady, and for the sake of, I suppose, privacy, her name is Alero. A 38-year-old woman, and she was a bit nervous to begin, but she had issues at home because her husband was beating her. And after he would beat her, she would have to be okay with them giving away their daughter to an older man to essentially have his way with her because they owed him money. And at community level, these issues are hushed for the sake of honor and for the sake of privacy. Don't tell anybody. But when we create safe spaces for these women to bring their issues, and then also ensure that we are safe spaces for them, they know that, you know, they can come to Olori and say, okay, Olori, this is the issue that we're having at home, and we're finding redress for them as traditional leaders. Then we really begin to shift the narrative on GBV at the communal level.
So transformational change through modeling. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your Royal Highness,
Thank-
Dr. Ndanusa, would you like to?
Okay.
Oh.
Is it me?
Oh, please, go ahead, sir.
Huh?
Yes, please.
Okay,
go
thank you
ahead.
very much. What you asked for is just strategies that we can use to support this issue of GBV. But I'll just give you 3 or 4 points because of our time. One, if you're a king in the Yoruba land or Southwest, you know, there's a process that we might used to go through before the installation of the final coronation of the king. So the people, they respect and fear us a lot, you know, because they believe that we consult with the gods. So whatever we say, they're always afraid of us. So what I'm saying here is that to help GBV issues, in our own community, we are mediators to issues or anything that happens, whether there is discrimination against harassment or anything against girls or women. If they bring it before the king, and if the king gives order or says something, there's tendency for them to be so afraid. So what I'm saying is that as traditional rulers, we should be able to carry the campaign to make sure that we give order, we influence because of who we hear. Anything against harassment or anything against GBV, that is one. The second aspect is that in my own area, we call for town hall meetings, or we call it market square meetings. Once in a month, we call all the two sets, one for the women, one for the men, and we call all of them together to educate them, to discuss issues about the community, and we share experiences with each other, and we make sure that we're still sane in what we're doing in this community. Then the last one I want to say, you know, we're all leaders in our various stand. The traditional rulers are leaders too, you know, and we must make sure we do the best as traditional rulers to make sure that we encourage the issue of economic empowerment. I will give you an example from my area. I normally used to facilitate having grinding machine, having some other things for them, you know, to empower them. But one major point I want us to consider here is that most of the men who are farmers, when they're broke, all what the woman realizes and what the profit and everything, they collect from them. And that is the end of the whole story. So what are we going to do in this area of the men who are not working and they are so dependent on the woman, and this is the woman we have empowered. So what will happen? What are we going to discuss? I mean, what are we going to do to these men to make sure that the women will be able to do their businesses and we will empower them and make sure that they are dependent on the men?
Yeah.
So that's one area. But I believe also the aspect of the rule of law. You know, of recent, the issue of nuclear led us to the National Assembly on how they can include traditional rulers in the new in the review of the Constitution, of the Constitution, that because we're the one that is close to the people, so we're able to influence, we're able to talk to them. We did that, but the review of the Constitution is still on. So these are the areas we need to look at from time to time so that the women will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So community engagement, ensuring
Community
that
engagement, yes.
on a policy level, we have all the traditional rulers actively engaged in the conversation. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, Your Royal Highness, would you like to add anything to the conversation about the role?
Yes.
I thought before I go there, I should give you certain very sad stories that make you so compelled that you have to change, and that some of our people have done, traditional rulers have done across the country. There is, let me just read a small part, just a few 30 seconds. There's a community, harmful practice known as Ukewe Ngolo. I can't really call it well. It's called the money woman. Involves distressing tradition of infant marriage. You're indebted to somebody, you try all your assets, now you say your baby unborn. And that debt goes on through generations if you cannot pay. If it comes out and it's a male, you still owe to pay that debt with a baby. and that boy can get enslaved until the thing is discharged. Our people got onto it, took it to the state government, for thank God, abolished. There are many, many things like that, strategies have been, and many issues like that have been tackled. There's the issue of a lady recently who went into a shrine in the southeast, went and picked some. She's very poor. She's a widow, and picked some. Was it a fruit or something in the? And she got the trashing of her life from the youth, real hitting, and that means you've desecrated our shrine. But she's hungry. So there are areas where there's this balance you have to strike. This is tradition, but this is humanity, like the Imam says. And so the groups got cracking, make sure they went to court, and the boys were punished, appropriately punished. So if something like that happens next time, do I go for my tradition? If this is desecrated, my prayers will not be answered, or do I fear the law and rights of the woman? These things always come our way. So once you have traditional leaders that is very convinced and knows that God is not where they are, what they are saying, they can still believe in what they want to believe, but humanity should be taken forward. So there are many stories cutting across like this that tells you very. Now, empowerment of women takes many forms. One of the greatest issues is to give her land to farm. If they don't have land to farm, they remain dependent. So you create opportunities for them to have land. And then when they're sharing out fertilizers and inputs, make sure, in fact, I've just done that last week. I was giving about 250 bags of 450 altogether, bags to share. I cut out a good 30% for women. Those who were farming, we looked out for them and gave them the fertilizers, and so on and so forth. Then in terms of issue of the gender issue, remember, the health of the woman gets compromised, economic compromised, so many things. And you just treat her as second-class citizen, it does not thrive. So the economy of your country suffers from it. There's no country that does not respect gender that actually does not go backwards or remain low. All the countries that are respecting gender, you see them right at the top. Those who are not treating their women shabbily remain at the bottom because their output is not recognized, they're not economically empowered.
Thank you.
Now, schooling, child marriage is one of the most painful things, a child carrying a child. You discourage it severely, but there are certain caveats. Issue of birth registration has to be firmed up in your community because a small 17, small 18 can be denied marriage, but a big 15 will be allowed to marry. And there are two things that I can use. If you're not getting proper birth registration, ensure they go to school. Without slippers, with torn pants, it doesn't matter, go to school. By the time they finish secondary school, they are always 17, 18, they are free. And they will have learned a lot and can be more dependent and better mothers. But a child of 13, 14, if you go into that argument, you will never win. Oh, the Muslims say this, something say that. Oh, no, it's all right. In Egypt, it's the same. In America, there are some states that don't go by that argument because here we suffer more. A child that is 15 that has given birth has a chance of dying, has a chance of having maybe a cycle of poverty. So really, it just goes on and on and on. So one area, that child marriage issue, we have to be very firm about it.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness.
Okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think we'll have a few minutes for last words from Sheikh and Father Bakido.
A few minutes, do Sheikh.
Okay.
Sheikh Lemu?
Yeah, I think as Father Berkindo made very clear, in every field, in every concern, there's a gap between ideals and reality. And what we want is how to narrow, reduce that gap as much as we can within our generation and leave the next generation to also do the best they can so that hopefully as we move through generations, this gap Hopefully we get closer to the ideal. And what can work? It's what works nearly everywhere. How do you solve the problem of incompetent mechanics? Because yes, your car may have a problem, but your mechanic may make the problem worse. How do you solve the problem of incompetent teachers? Capacity building. How do you solve the problem of incompetent tailors? Capacity building. But it's not just build their capacity, but you need to put pressure. You need to have legal reforms. You need to make sure not just the scholars have been trained, teachers have been trained. You need judges to be trained. Why? Because teachers and judges, lawyers, religious leaders, as human beings, come with their own biases, unfortunately, with their own prejudices against women. And when they come to deal with gender-based violence, you see this move, unfortunately, away from the ideals towards what has been the norm. So when it comes to this problem, one, you know, in agriculture, when you come to plant rice, you have two general approaches. One is broadcasting. Just throw it everywhere and hopefully it will gradually grow. It's cheap, but the yield is lower. If you really want yield, you plant your rice in one place. As they grow, you transplant and carefully put them at the right distance. When it comes to the problem of gender-based violence, I think there's the need for those players, when they want to now deal with religious institutions, to recognize there are scholars, but there are scholars that scholars don't respect. There are scholars who, if they speak, other scholars consider them as their teachers. They're not just all scholars. It's just like saying people who wear lab coats are all doctors. Everybody that's called a sheikh is called a sheikh. There are specialists that the scholars know. Like many villagers who come to the hospital, the moment they see you wearing white, they go to your place. The guy takes his pregnant wife even though you're a dentist. Why? Because you're called a doctor and you look like a doctor. So when people are dealing with religious organizations, many religious clergy or religious leaders are also afraid of being instrumentalized for what may be viewed as just a Western agenda, whereas they view themselves as guardians of tradition, which they believe is right. But unless you build their capacity to see what is wrong with their beliefs, it's difficult to get them to do the change you expect them to do when they themselves are part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have, from the policy perspective, just one or two things to say. Conceptually, I think the gender, definition, most times we de-emphasize men. Please, try and include men in this issue, especially when it comes to allocating resources, doing the engagement, because everything seems to be about women, women, women. I'm a priest, and a lot of men also come to me to explain how they are abused by their wives. The second aspect is women are not probably always victims. And I think it's important. When we remove that victimhood, it becomes easier to make them active agents of change. So they shouldn't always be presented simply, as victims. And finally, I think, in my opinion, these issues are very, very structural. It's not possible that actors in the civil society organizations alone and on their own can resolve these issues. I think we must recognize our limits and where the government really should come in. This is important. I was reading on X, on Twitter, I think it was just 2 days ago, the absolute monarch in Swaziland, Eswatini, he took his 16th wife, the daughter of Jacob Zuma, who is 21 years, and the guy is already 50-something years. And the whole nation was celebrating. And he has a lot of influence at the level of the government in that country. How do you deal with these issues when the very government itself does not seem to have any problem with this type of thing? So what we can do, the limit of what we can offer, and where and when the government should also come in, I think it's important, because these are very serious structural issues. Because one of the challenges we have You can't go to a community, a local community, and preach the prevention of gender-based violence, and then you walk away, leaving them in the same level of dispossession, aggressive poverty, and social and economic condition. You have only preached at the theoretical level. You haven't addressed the drivers and the factors of what a lot of women, young girls, and even men are going through. So collaborating with the government, I think, in my opinion, and holding the feet of government to fire, and making sure that the government is also held accountable in terms of, responding to the social and economic needs of the people. I think that will be very important. So this will be my recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we've spent over an hour, actually, unpacking the many issues as it pertains from policy to practice, exploring the roles of the religious and traditional leaders in addressing gender-based violence and poverty. And I would like to thank our esteemed panel for all their contributions. I'm not sure if we have enough time for questions. Do we? No? Oh, no. So I think that then what's left to be said is thank you for staying to the end. I hope we all enjoyed the session, and safe travels to each and every one of you back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anita Kemi da Silva Ibru, who has fantastically moderated this session. When I told you that the PIC meticulously curated this event, you probably didn't believe me, but with this panel and other panels, I bet you agree with me right now. So once again, can we put our hands together for the PIC, the NESG, for organizing this event? Our royal fathers and religious leaders would like to take pictures, and I think it's a perfect time to recognize the presence of the Olori of Oba Adetayo Hastrop, Justice Rakia Hastrop. She actually came with him, so we got double for one. Please, let's honor her this evening. She's also here. And I'll please like us to rise to take pictures. Justice, kindly join us. And I'd also like to invite to the podium the CEO of NESG, the chairman of NESG, as well as the program manager at Ford for pictures right away. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We pay a lot of attention to politicians and those in government, and rightly so. But these are the people that actually get to the nooks and crannies of a grassroots. And that's why this conversation is very important. So once again, thank you so much for sharing your experience, wealth of knowledge and wisdom with us all today. What a day it has been. You'll agree with me that today has been nothing short of phenomenal. But I've got good news for you. It continues tomorrow. So we're not done just yet, but we'll be wrapping up any moment from now. I know it's been a long day for all of us. I just want to say that we have lunch afterwards. And for those who did not get their tea break, you will get an extra on top of your meal. But we'll quickly take a vote of thanks for today, and that will be done by the CEO of... Okay, I think we'll just give us a few seconds so we can have our seats. I know we want to take pictures with Kabiesi in the Emir, but let's just hold off for the vote of thanks. So Dr. Tayo Aduloju, the CEO of NESG, will give us the vote of thanks. Over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying till the end. It's been an amazing day, and I want to thank our special guests, the Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's been a wonderful, fully packed day. Panelists, experts, great speakers, technical presentations. We're just grateful for your support and wish you a great evening. See you tomorrow. God bless you, and have a lovely rest today.
Thank you once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our royal fathers and religious leaders. I just want to quickly thank those who did this job with me, giving us a sign language interpretation. Michael Ogedengbe, John Bamidele, Taiwo Ozoma, Emmanuel Ogoyinka, Alex Uche, Ronke Ajao, Abdul Umar, and Annie Aderibigbe. Please let's celebrate them. They've done a fantastic job here today. Thank you so much for not making me feel lonely. So please have a restful night. See you tomorrow for another packed session right here at the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2024. Goodbye and God bless.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Asempa bambia mantene se Yesu yodo. Oh yeah, oh yeah, apa. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Asempa bambia mantene. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Asempa bambia mantene se Yesu.